guys, we are back. We have a little bit of technical delays with our main server, but we should be back with League of Legends very, very shortly. Give us about 5 minutes to get it set up, and then we will get you guys your game. Thanks for staying with us, and we will be back very, very shortly.
Thanks.
Blue, the feeling behind my eyes. You stood out 'cause you were in red. Then, against my intentions, I let you turn me violet instead. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you. The festival that we met at, where you were just a face in a crowd. And now I can't imagine me with anybody else. As we close out the night underneath the lilac sky. Summer high, met you in August. New York, back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. White out skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind, as long as it's with you. 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 You will be close. I will wait as long as it's for you. It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. Your best start rising. ground, you feel it moving with the revolution.
Yeah. They was sleeping, they was snooze on me. I was dreaming about what food to eat. Why they sleeping, why they snoozed on me? I was seizing opportunity. Now they don't know what to do with me. I keep going hard like I'm in puberty. Rebellion's in my blood, there ain't no ruling me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny. Hey, you buy my shit, I want percentage, yeah. Put you in your mind like fucking Guinness, yeah. You never had a chance like an abortion. Park it, you don't wanna play with me, that's forfeit. Oh shit, took it to a place that never thought he could. Now the lone wolf is howling up in Bollywood. Now I got some confidence, they call me cocky. Put your fucking tiger in the eye, I feel like Rocky. I am untouchable, I cannot fuck with you. I do not follow rules, makes me uncomfortable. I got all this passion and desire. Push my path, but what's the fire? Never passing by, quiet till I'm crashing your empire. They was sleeping, they was snooze on me. I was dreaming about what food to eat. Why they sleeping, why they snoozed on me? I was seizing opportunity. Now they don't know what to do with me. I keep going hard like I'm in puberty. Rebellion's in my blood, there ain't no ruling me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny. Don't know what to do with me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny.
So yeah.
Yeah, we're already going straight into the bans. We already see Kha'Zix, Bard, and Kiana coming out. I think a lot of these probably, in my guess, would be a bit more personal in terms of bans. I don't think there are any overly dominant characters, both I think in the solo queue and the team play meta, but I definitely think, there might be some players who just are really insane performance in these characters, so that could be what we're going for.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's been a while since I've seen either a Kiana or a Bard ban, so those are definitely personal.
Bard is almost always personal. They either play Bard or they don't.
Yeah, it's definitely hit or miss. The Caitlyn and the Hui, though, are starting to get a little more standard there.
Yeah, we'll see Jinx right away. The last, was it patch or two? They buffed crit items, and she's just been loving it ever since. She'll get that static build into Kraken Infinity Edge a lot of the time, and she just has insane damage. If not, you also see like Kraken Runons, all that. But when she gets the IE, she just shreds through people. Insane scaling, insane team fight, and she kind of works in any team comp. She does. You can play more front to back with her. You can play more of a catch. She has the tools to kind of do any of the above. But Ashe is always a good answer into the Jinx. It forces Jinx to have to kind of grab Cleanse as a summoner spell. She won't have access to Ghost, so her cutting's gonna be a bit worse to pay for it. But it's that, or she gets CC'd and bursted quite immediately in lane.
I'm interested to see what sort of bot lane picks they're going. I know that Enchantresses haven't been like super meta this season. They're starting to make a bit of a comeback here in the later half of the season, but I know Ashe and Jinx both can definitely do with a good Lulu, even a Morgana, and I know Nami is very good pick right now as well.
I believe the favorite of Enchanters right now is still probably between, I think it's Karma and Milio that are the two favorites right now. Milio works well with both Jinx and Ashe because they're very high range ADCs, and he just gives them some more attack range, that shielding, and just very, very good disengage in the early game, as well as that shielding sustain. We'll see Lee Sin and Ivern. Now what's interesting there is that's two junglers picked, so one of those is going in a different lane, and that is exciting to see. That means we've got some interesting stuff going off, whereas we got a very typical draft, I'd say, for team play coming from UGA. The J4 and the Rel are pretty, staples. Because J4 is picked, it's most likely a Rel in the support lane. So a pretty heavy engage in the bot side as well as J4 as well. So we can see a lot of action maybe going on for the bot side here from UGA. Maybe Oakland's going to answer more with maybe a stronger top side pick. I do think this might be a... I could see the listing going top or mid and the Ivern staying in the jungle. And those two together in the early game are kind of annoying with all the shielding they provide to each other. It makes them very hard to, get through.
I was definitely thinking the Lee Sin is probably going to be in the top lane, but this is coming from I joined this call about 5 seconds ago, so I haven't gotten a chance to look at what some of the players are typically playing here for both of these teams.
I reckon.
So I very well could be wrong.
I didn't get to quite do as much research as I want as well, because I couldn't quite find the OP.GGs, but we can kind of just go off, the nose, see how they play these characters. We do see the Karma and Ornn. They're wanting to get rid of that front to back, so I think they also might be thinking that Lee Sin's a mid lane pick, or even support? I don't want to say support, because that feels a little freaky, but we've seen Camille support dominating the meta recently, so...
It's very true.
I
mean, heck, if they want to play Lee Sin support, that would be a fun game to watch for me, personally, so I'll take that. Tristana ban, yeah, that makes sense since they haven't picked their mid laner yet, but even so, they're lacking on a lot of AP right now, so interesting pick, I'd say.
With the Kiana ban, I mean, for the top lane pool for AP, there's very limited options, and I don't think too much of it's too popular for it, and I think, yeah, with the AD engage options that you have with top lane, something like a Yone is a lot better, as well as they can be flexing this Yone to mid or top lane to cover, both matchups, so that when we see the B4 and B5 pick from Oakland here, we'll know if they want to send that Yone in the top or mid lane. But a lot of engage coming out from UGA, and they definitely probably will be afraid of, the Karma Ornn were good bans if this is what they're planning. Because Karma and Ornn can help, snuff out these engages, give that shielding, give that durability, so that if Yone gets on, it'll be hard. But they are kind of going... This looks like a pretty engage versus protect. There's a lot of shield, a lot of scaling, and a lot of just, characters that you want to kind of be keeping together and just going front to back in these fights on the side of Oakland, whereas UGA's got a lot more of a, hey, we want to go in and just get messy, get in that dive, and get fighting. I do love Sylas. It's being hovered. We don't know if it's coming yet, but they got 1 second left on the clock. And there it is. We love Sylas. Ashe ult, J4 ult, Rel ult, Yone ult. All pretty good ults. It gives honestly a pretty good way to start fights on top of Oakland side because, you know, they have a lot of this peel back, but they didn't really have a good way to start a fight. They have Lee Sin's engage, which really only goes on one person. So I think Sylas is a good way to, you know, counter out some AP options, because if they go for all these options, most AP bruisers and just high damage carries have really good ults for Sylas. So it kind of guarantees you'll get something there, as well as, you know, it gives more engage buttons because you already know, hey, we have Rel ults for engage, Ashe ult we can steal, Yone ult, so there's a lot more ways to start a fight now on the side of Oakland.
Okay, so I don't want to jinx it, but I'm just saying, very valid Lee Sin support pick right here. But I actually think Ivern is probably going to be the support pick for this one, Lee Sin going to the jungle.
Yeah, it looks like with the order where they swapped around, it does look like an Ivern support, which is interesting to see. It's not, you know, his kit is an enchanter kit, but he does miss out on that jungle passive. Maybe we'll see some early camp steals. They might start with this J4 a little bit, but J4 also, you know, he can go without some camps a bit. He can go a bit more gank heavy. And I think, you know, UGA wants this game to be messier. They don't want a clean game. If the game's clean, it's a lot easier for Oakland to find spacing for this Jinx and Kayle to get in these fights. And if the game goes a little too long, it's going to be really hard to deal with these carries because that Kayle ult will keep Jinx and or Kayle alive and make it very, very hard to out DPS in the later parts of this game.
Specifically for the laning phase for bot lane here, I am concerned about this Ivern. His, you know, one of his abilities here, creating bushes, really controlling, you know, people able to see, that's really going to be counteracted by the Ashe herself along with the Rel. I mean, whether or not Ashe has an E-up and is able to reveal any sort of champions there, she just has a W. She can throw that constantly into the bushes, reveal if anybody's there, or at least figure out based on who's hit. So I don't know. I'm interested to see what he can do with basically that entire part of his kit, seemingly negated from the Ashe there.
And I would have to see how that plays around. And while we are waiting for the spectator lane, we did have a few, I believe, donations in the time we were down that came in, if we wanted to read those out.
For sure, yeah. Oh, I still need to pull them up, so give me just a second. But yeah, so let's go ahead and start with the most recent one. So thank you, Anonymous, for $20. And then Justin's other girlfriend for $30. In Shadows I Pine, Unseen Love for Justin Burns, Silent Hearts Design. Thank you, Chris. I mean, Justin's other girlfriend. And Soupy GG for 74.20 for the funny number. We have one every year. So thank you for being that person this year. And then, of course, my $20 from my swear jar from this morning. But on the topic of donations, everybody who came out today to watch, I mean, if you guys have just a couple bucks to spare, whether that be 5, 10, even more than that, if you have it, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the production, or maybe if you were a part of the process to put on this event this year, whether or not you're getting featured in the stream, just keep in mind that we are doing this for fundraising, and whether or not you have the money to actually give to the stream itself, feel free to share links, other places, get seen. And, you know, the more people that see the stream, even if everybody's donating like even $1, that'll still amass to a decent amount. So honestly, we're doing pretty good on our goal this year, getting into the second half of day 2 and more than halfway. So I have high hopes we can definitely hit that 2,500 this year.
You know, sounds great. And we're about 30 seconds in until we get to the start of this game, and we'll be curious to see what kind of, you know, early game plays we get. Ashe is a very, very strong character for early invades, just having that slow so early in the game. If they, you know, get some kind of look early, they might be able to grab something out, because I really don't think, you know, Sylas has an okay level 1 with his E, but past that, Kayle's a melee champ, Lee Sin has a little bit of fighting, Jinx kind of weaker on the front, but, you know, her Q gives a little bit of attack speed, but I definitely think, you know, an invade could be a very strong start on the side of UGA here. And we will start getting into the game right now.
Oh, they're matching high noon skins. Love to see it.
Ooh. Doesn't Rel have one too? Could have had 3.
I know.
Could have
Okay.
had 3.
Look, if this wasn't a fundraising stream, I'd say we need to get some dollars on support Tangs just so you can match the rest of his team here.
Yeah, you really need to see that, team synergy. In semifinals, finals, you gotta start getting that matching in. Sometimes you see people matching the same pictures for their summoner icon, but other times you see the skin. It's hard though, because a lot of these, pro comps don't always have that many characters that have the same skin line. But we get more and more every year. We are seeing UGA moving into the top side, stacking the top push. Might look for a top side invade. Getting this Kayle behind early could be really good, especially because the longer it takes her to scale, the harder it will be to play this game. Ooh.
Seems to be a bit of a streaming issue. Let me just make sure that's not happening on the stream. Okay, it looks like the stream is also having some pauses, but things should be resumed now.
It's just typical Riot spectator client pauses that happen. Time and time happens. But we do see Kayle manages to spot them out on this invade, and they don't get quite anything. Well, unfortunate. Would have loved to see some early level 1 action, but that will be an out angle from UGA. Decently well played by Bully. Is there a name they have? I'm trying to see here.
Yeah, a very interesting early ward, I'd say. It's not really revealing blue. Might help mid lane a little bit, but honestly, I think it's too early to actually put in some good work there. So maybe a little early on that.
We'll see J4 is opting for the topside clear, where Lee Sin is starting on the Raptors. Very popular. Raptors have been growing more and more with almost every jungler. It used to be like a 1 to 2 junglers did it before. Kayn was one of the big ones, but now we see so many junglers opting for the Raptors clear. It just gives you good pathing, lets you get a level 3 gank on a lot of side lanes if you start with that, and also just kind of gives you a more convenient pathing angle. And we will want to see how Bully plays these early levels in the Kayle Rumble matchup, as it is, very difficult to play. But we do see some early trading going on the mid lane as well. We see that Electrocute proc come off from Wags.
Kayle is definitely taking a lot of damage in this trading right here, but hopefully she'll be able to get level 2 or even level 3 and get some speeds and heals for herself to have a little bit more sustain against this Rumble.
It will be very difficult, but I do think the consolation, if I don't think J4 is pathing to gank this top side also, they can't really punish the damage this Kayle is taking. But on top of that, Rumble already down to 200 HP on the Kayle, and her wave is pushing out. That minion advantage will make it very difficult for her to keep playing this lane, as we once again have a 3s at another 30-second interval. Very interesting. Yeah, with this wave pushing out, Kayle's gonna be forced to step up to get these minions, and she either might have to blow her TP early, or she'll be in a very, very rough spot. We may see an early first blood come over to top lane by itself.
I seem to be having a bit of issues. Okay, it is reflected on the stream right now. Thank you for you guys' patience while we work through some of this stuff. I know stream has been having some, temperamental issues today, as it always does. So bear with us. But yeah. Okay, there we go.
And we're back. I had another event I was casting. We had that happen before, and it never unfroze, and it was very unfortunate.
No!
It was the most exciting grand finals. But we do see Lee Sin invading Whizzle on the Wolves. They go both clearing for it. I do believe that we get the smite over to the J4, and Lee Sin is looking for the apple. We do see the collapse going in. The Rel Flash going in. We don't see it quite on screen. But we do see Lee Sin and Ivern both walking out of this topside jungle, as once again we get a freeze frame. Guess how this fight plays out.
Silas is a little late rotating there, so it is a 4v3 until he gets there. So very interested to see if they're able to get a pick on blue before.
Yeah, we do have Ashe in position to get some slows off, but I don't believe they have full vision over this wall. I think she can get autos onto the Lee Sin, though, to maybe slow them down, get some more engage on. And they should be able to pick up, because the damage will be quite low on the side of Oakland for this fight. With a level 3 J4, Yone, and Ashe, the damage profile is pretty high, and we still see sums up for everyone on both sides, except for the flash on Rel, as it was used earlier to try to get a engage pick onto that Lee Sin. So this could be a very, very explosive fight if Oakland can't get out of this fight. It definitely is a concerning time to go for the invade, knowing that Yone has this push on the Sylas in this mid lane, so it's gonna be hard to get that invade and get out for free, because that Yone will be able to rotate a lot freer, and if this fight goes a little too long, that's gonna be, I believe, 2 waves lost for the Sylas if he stays at this fight.
I am also noticing top lane, it looks like Rumble is once again trying to poke this Kayle out. So I'm interested to see if, maybe she oversteps and he is able to pick up a solo kill there as well while this fight bot lane is going on. Time will tell. All right, it definitely looks like this is League Spectator client being just peak Riot Games material right now. So, bear with us. Good news is this is just a playoff game. So like you were mentioning earlier, the grand final is getting ruined by spec bug. Hopefully we can get this fixed before that happens. But yeah, interested to see how everything turns out. Hoping it doesn't just stay frozen the entire time, but shoot, I mean, we'll figure it out.
I know, it's quite unfortunate when this does happen. I don't believe Riot's given too much access to their own tournament spectating tools, which would be very useful because it does avoid a lot of situations like this, but just as the game has gotten older and older, things have just gotten a little more aged and dated and don't run as smoothly.
Gosh, I remember when they had to rewrite all of the code just for Sylas and Viego there to be able to steal, information from other champions. That was the beginning of it.
Apparently with the Skarner, we were at the same issues.
Oh, great.
Which made him take a lot longer because a lot of his code was actually tied to certain things in the game. So changing it all was breaking a lot of things with the game.
Interesting. I will say the one thing I miss about Skarner is I thought having to go to certain objectives was really cool. You do still have that in a little bit of Kindred, even a tiny bit in Shyvana, making sure to have that drag control with her. But I do miss a little bit of, Skarner's little crystal things is the best way I could put it. All right, well, it looks like it is still 0-0. So actually nothing was lost or gained in that fight.
No, we're at a minute behind right now on the spectator than where we were. We were at 3 minutes on the dot.
Okay, I see. Just kidding. We just get a replay.
But hopefully this replay is a bit more durable, but we'll see Kayle get poked out again. We will see this Lee Sin go for that invade again. We can pretend like it's the first time we saw it if you want to.
Beautiful. Okay, we see Lee Sin going into Jarvan's bot side jungle here for an invade. Sylas and Yone are preoccupied mid, and bot is pushed in, so, pretty interesting.
Maybe seeing this Jinx Sniper rotating first for this invade. Let's see the Wolf falling over to the J4. Very good by Wizzle on that smite timing.
We see Sylas is indeed lagging behind here while Yone is rotating faster.
And we do see Ashe once again going in for this fight, and ooh, that's not good.
Holy cow. One day we'll be able to tell what happens.
I'm actively crying right now.
Don't worry, it is, Riot Games at its finest.
Riot, please.
Happy Riot Day, everybody.
Give us your tools, we beg you.
That would be simply too easy. So would making Twisted Treeline have a comeback. That would also be too difficult.
I don't know if it was the community Discord or Riot themselves, but they did an announcement that Twisted Treeline was back for April Fools, and that was the meanest thing, I swear.
No.
It was like a whole post, and it was like full of like plans for the future with it and everything, and I'm like, don't do this to me, man.
I would
I woke up any of the day, and I'm like, I hope this isn't a joke. Like, I want this to be real.
This is so sad. No, I miss Twisted Treeline so much. I
get it. Most people didn't play it. The numbers were low, but like, just make it more interesting, and then we're good.
I mean, can we have it on the rotation, maybe? I do like Arena though.
If not that, all I ask, let us do custom lobbies or rotating game modes.
Oh my gosh, true. You know what? Before that, can they fix their spectator mode, please? Holy cow. I want to see this happen in like a professional game.
I don't think it does. They don't use the in-game client.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because they have the ability to do in-game wind back. So if something happens like a bug, they can set the game back to an exact moment.
That would be very nice. I wonder, should we try leaving once again, maybe rejoining or restarting the client, seeing if that does anything?
We can hope.
Yep,
I don't think there's much else we can do.
Yeah, might as well try stuff, you know?
Yeah, sitting right there doesn't do anything.
You're totally good.
Otherwise, we can
Dang,
get
bro,
the
you gotta work on that battle pass there.
popsicle sticks out and, you know, make a pretend game go on. Because you're a puppeteering.
What? Ain't no way. Back to 2 minutes.
Back to 2. It's counting up again. Is it gonna stop at 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Let me stop again. 3 minutes. I'm actively gonna cry.
I'm with you
Go get
there.
him.
I hope none of these players got any pop-off moments in this game.
Oh my god.
Because sadly we will not be able
Oh
to see it.
no.
Maybe joining from a different player. That might work.
That might help.
The best hope too would be if the replay doesn't get bugged after, but from experience, it also gets bugged.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does it not? Oh, this is active. This is not in-game lobby. Well,
Do you want to try
well,
maybe
this
restarting the
whole-
entire client?
that might be a good idea. I'll do it after this rejoin.
In the meantime, I guess I can talk a little bit about CEN and some of the, like, you know, work that went into this event here from the back end, just to kind of fill some time here. So if you guys have been part of Spread the Love beforehand, you'll know that we have been working with the Kid Again for the past few years. But this year we decided to go with Red Cross. You know, they're still recovering from a national blood shortage. And so we really wanted to shed some light there, bring some attention to, you know, Red Cross being able to get blood to all parts of the United States in particular. That's the chapter we're focused on. You know, throughout the planning for this event, we even were thinking about trying to get a blood drive truck out to the LAN event. You know, that was dependent on how many people were coming, how many events were being run. So didn't end up being, you know, something that we chose for this year, but definitely if we do it again and get a higher head count for any events that are happening, I think that would be a pretty fun idea. You know, go play some League, get your blood pressure up from stressing out about your games, and then go donate your stress blood to the Red Cross Foundation. So, yeah. Yeah, what's our goal at? Okay, 1744 and 20 cents. So we are just about 250 bucks away from our next milestone goal, and that's actually our Cincinnati Zoo Pass and Mousepad giveaway. So if you have ever been to Ohio or the Cincinnati area, the Cincinnati Zoo is one of the best zoos I think I've ever been to in the United States. And shoot, I'm a big nerd, so I've been to a lot. So definitely something that's worth a little bit of a drive for if you do end up winning those giveaway tickets. And of course, the mouse pad, and anybody could use a good mouse pad. So it is kind of weird because these past years, you know, the tagline has been for the kids. So, not this year, for the blood this year. Just a little more cryptic for sure. So I don't think that should be something that is the official tagline for.
Yeah, I don't think it's paint a good picture. So we went from for the kids to for the blood. And so, what happened to the kids thing?
Oh no! The kids are okay. The kids are all right. Oh gosh, you just made me think of some, you know, emo middle school songs I used to listen to. The kids, in fact, are all right. Everybody, you know, so don't stress about that. But I'm interested to see if either of these teams are all right once we get into the spectator. Gosh, I love the pool party Jarvan splash art. He's just so chill.
He's got his drink. What would you say that is? It's definitely a colored one.
Hold on, I need to see this drink.
But now we're seeing
Now we're seeing
the
Whizzle.
icons. What is that?
Yep.
Click the button again.
I'm not doing it.
No, I need to see this drink, bro.
I'm not
I
doing it.
promise. What? He's just so chill. Oh my gosh, it's like green at the bottom. It's very tropical for sure.
Blueberry of some sort.
I was thinking like, what's it called? Like blue raspberry.
I will say,
Like
I do
the-
like that he has pool floaties. That kind of implies he doesn't know how to swim.
No, I think he's just if he wants to take a nice nap.
What?
Oh,
Oh. Okay. Interesting.
something new.
What's
Something has
wrong with
happened.
this?
I have no idea, but you know,
Okay, it
Very
gives me a book error code saying that spectator data request is false. So this is not normal.
it's okay. I can keep analyzing all of the skins that we see on the screen. I do like Old God Ivern. I feel like it's one of his best skins, or one of the best skins.
I wonder if this is in their known issues.
It's been
Yeah, I
a
am
known issues on
interested.
Reddit. There's a thread 3 years ago talking about this problem.
Sick.
And apparently it's either my internet speed or my internet ping to op.gg. Now I know for a fact that my internet speed is good, so might be the latter.
Yeah, it could also be new issues as well.
League
Or a
client is
completely different
perfect
one.
with no flaws whatsoever. Thanks, Wi-Fi guy. That's yep.
This is beautiful.
I see one from 9 years ago.
Oh, great.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh, that's not a.
Yep. Quest failed.
All right. I wonder if
All right, copy that.
shoot. I don't think.
I'm here when you need my voice. 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 Sweet. Sweet. when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. Sweet, 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 when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. Baby, sweet, sweet, honey. Baby, sweet, sweet, honey. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were no one. And I can't wait to see you again. I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait, can't wait, I can't wait. Hindsight is fleeting, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were no one. And I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were no one. And I can't wait to see you I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait, can't wait, I can't wait, I When the night was closing in, I was alone and so afraid. Couldn't see the light. No. Then my world began to spin. Where's the beginning and where's my omega? Have to make it right. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside there's a glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gonna let it go. Let it go. No, there's no past, no tomorrow. You're lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me my black sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be there. I was trying to invade, but there were no walls to barricade. And there's no need to fight. No. I was fighting deep within, but there were no ways I had to win. Now that I found the light. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside there's a glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gonna let it go. Let it go. No. Black sunrise. Go. No. There's no past, no tomorrow. You're lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me my black sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection, was disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. Oh, now it's the time to realign, reconnecting my foundation, reunite. Oh, I'm digging, got my feet on solid ground. No more levitation. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection, was disconnected from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my
He's so
Okay,
muted.
I heard. Oh yeah, but he's not. He can server mute himself.
I know.
Okay, sound is going through now, so we should be good.
What the fuck is happening?
But it looks like we don't have video anymore.
What?
The sound was working, then the video disappeared. Let's go.
Okay, it's good. We're good.
Oh,
We're good. We're good. Everything's good.
Awesome, awesome.
I'm going
Everything.
to shoot.
Perfect. Perfect.
Everything
In game.
is
In game. In
great.
game. Perfect.
Okay.
Holy cow!
All right. Catch up the draft. They elected to ban the Ivern instead of Bel'Veth this time, so Bel'Veth was instantly picked, as well as Jinx was banned quite right away as well. They want that blue side to get it. We will be seeing Ramus is the answer to Bel'Veth because of all the autos. We also see the Vayne coming out, which is somewhat an answer to the Ramus. Both isn't for different reasons. We'll see the Zac and Swain. A lot of AoE coming up for both these teams, but we will see Garen as the rounding out pick for it, and I believe this side's swap. So that should be for UGA this time. And then we will be seeing Oakland running the Gwen top, Ramus jungle.
Zach's
Ezreal mid lane, Swain
Whoa, Ezreal mid
APC
with
center support.
Okay.
And then we will be seeing the Garen top, Bel'Veth jungle, Ahri mid, Vayne bot, Zac support. Really, just
Nice
very
lineup.
interesting drafts from these teams.
Yeah.
I'm excited for this mid lane matchup because it truly is just going to be like a skill matchup here.
You know, we were seeing
I think.
Wow, I'm blanking. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to be speaking against this team. We did see the Ivern support last game, which is now being barred into the. Instead, we are now getting the
Sorry.
Zac support from one side, and we're also getting the Ezreal in the mid lane. We're back in. We're back in. Did they not side swap? Wait, hold on. Are they blue side again?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Team picked red side for the second time in a row. So I'm a perma blue side person myself. Can't stand red side, but I also play lock screen, so that's my poison.
I play a lot of top lane, so I love red side because it means I get the final pick. So I always get kind of pick. That's my bias, but
It's fair. I have first pick Rock every single game, so does not matter to me. But
also, fun fact about how League ranks: average team MMR, whatever team has the higher MMR gets put on red side, because historically red side has been the worst side in the game.
yeah,
I think this last season with the map changes might have shaken that up a bit. I don't quite know what's deemed as the worst one. I do know that red side bot side is miserable for being ganked, but past that,
I had no idea that was how they decided blue side or red side. So
there was like I think over 6 years of data. They were like, yeah, blue side just wins more at like every level of play, and it wasn't by like a tiny amount. It was like I think like 2%.
it's for the lock screen havers. You know who you are.
It is true. I'm pretty sure blue side is better if you play lock screen than red side is.
Wait, is that a Ramus top Gwen jungle?
Oh wait, they flexed it.
They did.
Yeah, you're right.
Interesting. I was also seeing some very interesting Ramus builds and plays on TikTok earlier today. So, you know, it was fate. It was destiny to see some Ramus gameplay. So I'm interested how many people will accidentally kill themselves on Ramus.
It might be the Bel'Veth a lot, but she also might elect not to gank the top lane. I think the only issue is, you know, you do have 2 true damage buttons on the side of Oakland into this Ramus. So maybe a little difficult for them to, you know, abuse the Ramus pick here. But on the flip
fair.
side, they have a lot of AoE burn damage on this
They
team.
do.
The Gwen, the Swain, and the Ezreal Senna are really good into, you know, shutting down this Vayne as well. So I think this really... I don't think either comp is a clear-cut victor here. I think there's going to be a very, you know, back and forth. It's going to come down to, you know, just who performs better in these fights.
Yeah, I could definitely see some very big carry potential on both the Bel'Veth and the Vayne here, just absolutely destroying their team. So,
yeah, I'd probably look out for both junglers this game. I definitely look out for probably... I mean, honestly, every character in this game has some way they can take over this game. I feel like every character on both sides, except maybe the Ramas, have a way to carry this game.
That's true. Maybe I just have
So-
a little bit of PTSD from Vayne bot, so you have to forgive me. But yeah, that range bot lane is going to be interesting, though, I will say.
I feel like it's a little hard on the Vayne Zac side just because you have
Mhm.
so much to deal with. But we do have another donation coming in from Anonymous. We have a $20 coming in. Thank you for the donation. Every little bit helps.
For
And
sure.
we'll be loading into the next game.
Yeah, and hey, if your team is playing, you can even donate and you can not bet per se, but you can support your team, show your support by clicking which team you think is going to take home the money for each section. So if your team didn't make it in League, you can always show your support for Overwatch or CS2 tomorrow. But if your team is playing League, then I'm just saying they definitely know. They know that they have some supporters in the chat. So show your love.
But we may have another situation.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try to restart my client because mine also did not work. So let's see if we can get into this. I wonder if the Skarner release had anything to do, like the Skarner update, had anything to do with a higher percentage of League spectator bugs.
I'm not sure because I saw this. Was it 2 months ago? The same exact thing was happening. It always seemed to be at like 30-second intervals. It was either at like 0-0 or 3-0.
Hmm. Ooh, Seems my entire client is broken. That's cool. Let me try signing out and just sign back in. Basic troubleshooting. Let's go. Now you get to hear keyboard ASMR while we try to fix things. Poor Daniel, our observer today, is just having the worst of it. I know, Romeo, this is so tragic. Okay, let's see if I can get into this. I feel so bad for these teams. Their poor plays. Okay, I think I should be able to reconnect here. I'm in, guys. Okay. Let's see. I am in, so here, let me go ahead and stream the game. And I can, let's see.
Oh my god, gameplay.
I know. Give me just a second. I need to look at what the... Okay. Justin, if you can just take the feed from Sherp and throw it on to the stream. And sorry, my observing's really bad, so we're just gonna leave it on auto observe. Looks like it is 1-1 right now.
We're
The
going in. We
teams-
dipped right into a gank play in the top lane. Garen getting that pick off, and we do see that there is a small, 700 gold lead in favor of Oakland going into this game that we get to see all of.
Don't jinx it. But we did make it past 3 minutes, so we're good.
at least we have a little something to work with. I believe we're currently just shooting Discord windows. There
They're
we
good.
go.
Okay.
All right, awesome. Look, we had a little bit of, was that a proxy being considered, but then didn't go with?
I think so.
Oh, we will see Rammus coming in, catching the Garen in the top lane. It is actually the Rammus jungle. They just didn't, swap the orders, but had the characters on different locks. So it is the Gwen Garen top lane.
Tragic. I was so ready to see some Rammus top lane into Garen. Oh, just barely missed on that Zac, but they did manage to stagger there, so I think that is still in their favor here.
Yeah, a little bit of staggered reset. It's always nice to have. If you get the timer off, you can get the waves where you want to be quicker, and you tend to lose out on CS2 if you don't get the back quite off when you want to. We'll see Ahri going in onto the Ezreal. The E dodges the Q, but the second bounce back does grab there, forced to flash
Ooh.
under the turret, chunked out with wave coming in. That's
So
quite a bit of
close on
damage.
the charm.
No resources as well. That health is at like 25%, and there's no mana. You see the Gwen Ahri going out on the Bel'Veth. There is a 2-level lead of this top laner over the jungler. You see Ahri getting the charm off on the Rammus. It is a 3v2, but they are healthier on the side of the Gwen and the Rammus. But Gwen is also low mana. She just used her ult, does have to get back. We do see Ezreal coming in with the TP, but this play should be over as we now take a look at this bot lane matchup.
Rammus is doing Rammus things. Zac goes in here in the bot lane, forcing out a flash from Swain. The flash and it goes from Vayne. She's going to pick up that kill there. Seems to be some more skirmishing in mid lane here as well. But this Ahri better be careful with the Rammus pressure still.
And we do see another donation coming in from Caden's mom, $20. Thank you so much for your donation and for supporting your child, Caden. We'll see a dive going in here. The Senna gets condemned by the Vayne. We do see Flash coming out, gets on turret, but that is 200 HP. Bel'Veth and Vayne are going in, and that is a kill over in favor of Bel'Veth. 4-1 in favor of Oakland at this current moment.
Okay, Garen ult and ignite. I don't think she lives this. And Rammus is on grubs right now, so although Garen is picking up that kill, Rammus is still going to get that objective pressure there.
I believe that should be the first set of Void Grubs, so that is 3 over in favor of Oakland, unless we missed one earlier that was grabbed. Or not in favor of Oakland, in favor of UGA. So that, yep, that is 3 in their favor. If they're managing to get the next 3 in a couple minutes here, then that could be sex, and a lot of split pressure can be garnered from this Gwen in the late game.
This proxy
We'll see
is,
a proxy.
well, except Rammus is pulling up.
Oh, we see the Bel'Veth gank in the bot lane. The root on Senna does come out. The Swain is being engaged on. We see the Zac Q hitting, but he cannot connect it to anything else. And that is another kill going over to Bel'Veth, as Gary has to flash the wall from this Gwen. Oh, the Gwen third cast of R manages to get, again, with that 1,000 cuts. Very nice pick.
Picking
Back
up
and forth
the...
going for between Oakland and UGA here.
Yeah.
It's very nice to see.
Definitely trying to close that early gold lead that Oakland has. Zac's kind of ping-ponging between mid and bot, trying to pick up some more kills here.
Oh, we do see the Swain ult coming out. We do see the condemn from the Vayne. Zac is here trying to help out their ADC. But we will see the Swain, that ult stays active as long as they're hitting someone. Oh, and we almost see the Ezreal ult sniping Vayne. We do see Senna get the slow up with the Q. Is that enough time to get the soul pull? Oh, we get it off. One more auto could do the job. And we do see Support Ang getting that pick on Cheese Chaz. And we also see Swain falling down to the Bel'Veth and the Zac. So we see that R coming in, getting that true form for the Bel'Veth. The Zac passive does pop out. Senna Rammus will do what they can to pick it out. But, oh, and we see the knockup coming out from the Bel'Veth. The Senna is engaged on. Zac manages to reform from his blobs. Rammus has to get out. We see the true form coming again. Ooh, Rammus barely gets out with their life, having to ult out from that fight. No HP left, but still scraping by with just a bit of life. Quite a bit of fighting going in his bot lane. We see Bell going in for a little more to dive. The E do get the pick off. Very well played.
I think UGA definitely overstayed that Zach kill a little bit, trying to secure that. But Belveth is just really strong right now. I think she's the one who actually ended up getting first blood, by the way.
Yeah, she is 5-0 right now. I believe that was their jungler WZek. They are a challenger, if I'm not mistaken. So really just showing, that confidence in that, like they're really in the top end of players in our region. So you're gonna see a lot of things from this player.
Yeah, there is that. There is starting to become a gap here, though, in farm between the two junglers. So even though Belveth is picking up these kills, Gwen is. Sorry, not Gwen.
We'll see Belveth going in once again. Rammus is not allowed to farm anymore, just being picked on. 3 people in their jungle. We see Ezreal getting charmed over the wall by Ahri. They're running back to their turret, but this new alcove just gives a lot more space to be harassed from. I see Zach looking in for the dive in the Ezreal, but Ezreal does realize something's not right and runs up into their topside jungle to get out of this fight.
Also, I misspoke. I keep forgetting that Gwen and Rammus are swap places. Early Gwen ult here, top lane.
We can actually swap the position on the scoreboard if you want to fix that real quick.
Oh, sick. I did not, didn't know that was possible in spectator mode, so I didn't want to.
We'll see another engage going as Swain is popping the R to get out. We see Sentinel going in, that shielding that damage. We do see, the Ezreal ult does snipe the Zac. Very clean. These global ults are just coming a lot into UGA's favor, being able to turn these fights as they go off across the map. I will say, Oakland is ahead, but most of that gold is currently on their jungler, so a lot of fights happening without their jungler are actually pretty even for UGA to be taking. But we see Wizzle, this counter pick in the jungle, not doing the damage as just how far of a lead this Belveth has, and that bonus damage from the true form makes it really hard, and that second set of guppies will be going over to Oakland. We will not see any guppy spawns later in this game. No guppies on turret. That is 3 to both teams.
You call them guppies?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're void guppies.
Oh, I love that. It looks like top tower is definitely going to be the first to fall this match. Should be here any second now while Garen is proxying.
Ooh, we do see Rammus once here collecting on the proxy, but Belveth is right around the corner. The Garen ult does come out. I believe that's ult ignite, and then Belveth snipes the kill. Another kill over this Belveth. They are just getting so strong, and that character does not stop scaling. That permanent attack speed scaling is very gross to have on a character that does a little bit of true damage in every single auto. We'll see Rammus grabbing the taunt on the Garen, trying to get it, but he's just too tanky with that W passive, giving him some extra armor. And we'll see Rammus getting caught out once again by the Belveth. Oh my god, this game is being dominated by WZek. Zek. I'm not sure how to say that. My apologies. We'll see another fight going on in the mid lane as Ezra goes in on this Ahri. The R flash, but Zach is there to get the collect. With another pick going over in favor of Oakland. The map just feels completely controlled by Oakland right now. It's going to be very difficult for UGA to find their footing this game. See Gwen going in once again on this Garen. The R3 does miss, and Belveth is still in the top lane. Grabbing out Gwen once again. And that should be, I believe we're at, what, 8 or 9-0 on Belveth at this point?
9-0 right now.
9-0-2 at 12 minutes 30 seconds.
It's not looking good. Not looking good for UGA here, for sure, with those 9 kills on Belveth. But, Ezreal has been trying to pick up some kills with those global ults. And, Senna does have that kill bot lane. So if she continues to pick up some more kills, especially with her range on Vayne, Ahri, and the rest of the team, she very well could do some pretty damage here in a couple, phases of the game.
We'll see Zach looking for an engage on this bot lane. Doesn't quite land the E. The Swain ult does come out. The Q does go wide on the Zag, but they may be able to run out of the Swain ult just in time. They do catch with the R recast and go, but it looks like Vayne and Zach will be able to get out as well as in the bot lane. I will say though, with all this gold on Belveth, that is a massive shutdown they can snipe. And if they get Rammus and Gwen on that Belveth at the same time, isolated, they might actually be able to get the damage out just with that burst alone. Just because Rammus, even though he does melt pretty quickly Belveth right now, does still kind of pacify the character quite a bit with the taunt and the reflection damage from the W. But we'll see the map kind of crumbling right now. Top tier 1 down, bot tier 1 will be falling soon. We'll see next strike coming up and just the jungle completely controlled by Oakland right now.
Ezreal roaming up. Senna ult coming out.
We will see Rammus trying to fight for any farm they can, requiring 2 of their teammates to help them take this jungle. And even then, they still cannot get this red buff, as Ahri and Garen are just harassing in this topside jungle.
Gwen ult coming out, Ezreal ult coming out as well, fighting over this red buff still. Now it's a 4v3, but that Bel'Veth is something to be
We see
wary
the true
of.
form reset coming out. Rammus being picked. We see another dive going in bot lane at the same time. A pick off onto the Swain. As we see this jungle just being completely stolen from the hands of UGA. 3 have fallen in this fight. None have fallen in Oakland. And we see Senna getting picked out as well by this Bel'Veth. She's just so strong this game. And they cannot find any footing to take something back. There's no more farm allowed for this Rammus for the rest of the game. So that's just harassing this Ezreal under turret. Surprisingly, I believe Ezreal had more HP there, max HP than Bel'Veth in that moment.
I think you did, but, you know, I'd still be pretty wary. ADC in general mentality, you gotta be very wary. Getting too close, so.
You do get breathed on by almost any of these champions, and you do disappear, but very interesting to see
Garen's
that
sitting
health
here.
difference. Yeah, Garen just looking to, you know, be some more harass on this Gwen. She can trade back, but she just can't get him low enough to ever do anything. See, more harass in the
Even-
jungle. Rammus cannot get a buff. See Swain ult coming out, but we will see Rammus falling to Bel'Veth. We'll see True Form coming out once again. That true damage on the ult going out. But ooh, Bel'Veth got very low there. Almost got grabbed by the shutdown. Zac is left for dead as Bel'Veth has to protect the shutdown with her life. We may see a chase going a little more, but Bel'Veth does have 4 dashes, able to get away as Zac does fall back over to UGA. Will they be able to contest this dragon off that pick? We shall see. Bel'Veth is back, half health again already. Ezreal grabbed by the knockup. He going down, misses the blink over the wall. Vayne gets condemned on center onto the wall. That's a double kill back in favor of Bel'Veth. It looked so good for a minute there. But now is fully back in Oakland's control once again. As you see Garen proxying behind this tier 2 turret in the top lane. We see Bel'Veth continues to go for blood, harassing the Rammus under turret as they try to siege this tower. Goes in, gets the E, gets the execute. Ahri was tanking turrets, so Bel'Veth can fully grab this form again. Another coral. And the tier 2 turret in the bot lane go down. This map is just fully controlled. Rammus cannot catch or break this game.
Yeah, they did, you know, they were running for their heels for a second. This Zac did get picked out. He decided to sacrifice himself just a little bit so that Bel'Veth could have less pressure and get out easier. And both of their flashes were, I think both of their flashes were used then. Maybe not Zac, but Bel'Veth's flash definitely was used out there.
Yeah, they did have the burning, you know, get some health back before they engage. But we see the going in. The Garen does get picked off by the Gwen ulti. Gwen chasing the Ahri as well. We see the Ezreal coming across the map. Swain is just burning down very slowly on the Zac. And he gets picked once again, grabbing a couple picks back for the team, but they're not really getting the shutdowns that they want. They can't get this Bel'Veth. And, you know, they're fighting only for these scraps in the jungle. They can't take any objectives off these plays. They just get to fight for a little bit more farm. And, you know, the kill gold doesn't hurt as well. But we do see there's an 11k gold gap between the two teams right now, as well as 2 dragons in favor of Oakland. And we will see the Rift Herald falling probably sometime soon in favor of Oakland. We see Rammus being engaged on once again by the Bel'Veth. We see the W come up. They are rooted. The Senna root and the Swainy have just, you know, bought enough time for Rammus to get away. Rammus looking for the re-engage. This is what I was talking about earlier, but ooh, just the dashes and the blast cone. Just able to dance around all 5 members of UGA. This Bel'Veth is going crazy. Zac is coming in to get some help. Bel'Veth is falling low, 200 HP, but they are able to disengage just in the nick of time as the rest of their team moves back in to cover their exit and just keep control of this game as Bel'Veth goes to now regen their life bar by taking the Rift Herald.
Wow, they really did dance around the entire team all by themselves. I mean, there was a little bit of pressure there with Zac starting to back her up towards the end, but she did just go right around each and every one of them and get a pick too. So
Yeah, it was really impressive movement. You thought that Rammus was about to get that, you know, engage on them, but they just managed to dash in, get that blast cone, and just get that free movement past the entire team. Because it really is their only way to lock down this Bel'Veth. And we'll see Rammus once again trying to get some camps, but just being harassed for everything. And Garen just getting the snipe, the ignite, the R. Bel'Veth is also looking to dive this Gwen on the tier 2 turret, which is not letting them catch any kind of break as they use Rift Herald to grab this tier 2 turret. They may look to get another Ram as they go inside the Rift Herald, getting this new Ram mechanic that is introduced in this season. Getting another hit in, all those guppies spawning onto the turret. We'll see Swain ult coming out, a little defensive, but Bel'Veth just nuking the turret down. Misses the knockup. Does get grabbed. The Swain ult is still going on. Swain is fully healthy. Zac trades their life to try to get this Bel'Veth out. Ahri has 1 dash to get over this wall. Rammus goes in with the ulti. Bel'Veth re-engages. Rammus is caught alone. We do see Garen picking out the Swain. Bel'Veth low HP, but manages to grab a coral, get some HP back. And we'll see the Rammus fall as well. Another coral, more HP. Bel'Veth back and healthy once again.
Both the Senna and the Ezreal did try to support that fight, but they just simply could not push up without also risking their lives as well. So
Yeah, no, and if everyone gets picked there, the game does end right in the moment. And, you got to fight for what little time you have. This is, if you lose this game, it is, I believe, down for the count, best of 3.
yeah,
so
although they are choosing
turn this back.
to chase this Garen right now rather than trying to protect base. So
They were playing off the
think,
respawn timers of their teammates, hopefully get it. Bel'Veth does get, I believe, taunt under turret, but is barely able to get out. Will they fall to the Gwen? No, they will not. They were so low that they still are so low. Which means Senna comes out, 1,000 gold in their pocket, managed to grab that Bel'Veth. Finally going. That perfect scoreline is no longer perfect as the first death of this Bel'Veth comes out. 30-10, 20 minutes into this game. The base is crippled. There's one turret remaining on the side of UGA. This game has been quite a mess up. Maybe that gold swing in the favor of the Senna might be enough to maybe start fighting for some objectives. Maybe get a turnaround. Because that is the main key player on Oakland right now, is this Bel'Veth. And how much of an insane lead they have gained for themselves.
Grimace is trying to take back a bit of pressure in his own jungle here, if not just to give a little bit of sense of security right around Baron. The only objective that's up for the next, couple minutes, I think. There we go, next minute. But looks like they are not going to let him have any sense of ease in his own jungle ever this entire game.
Yeah, we'll be even seeing Garen just opting to just farm Rammus' jungle for like the rest of this game at this point. He's taken every camp on the map. Rammus does not have an income source. We see Gwen going in with the ulti. We see the Ahri ult ending night coming out. We see Zac coming in. The charm landing on the Gwen. Gwen's very low, taken out by the Zac ult. Rammus being blown up as well. We can see that Oakland's team is also just fully strong. The wealth does spread around to the team. We see Senna coming up with that new 1,000 gold in her pocket, trying to do what she can. She is doing decent damage to the Zac as Zac does break into his passive once again while Swain is chasing down the backline. But Violet does show up, does not let Ahri fall to the Swain. We'll see True Form coming back once again. That damage from getting that coral is very, very useful to have on a Bel'Veth. You can dash over walls, you get more damage. Really nice to have. So being able to grab that right after your death is very, very nice to have. We will see, though, the 3 remaining teammates of UGA with Gwen coming right back up as well. Will they be able to hold this turret through the Baron buff? We do see quite a bit of damage going out on the Ahri, but we do see Charm coming out. See the E going in. Does not manage to step the Rammus. Bel'Veth has to flash out, but their base is open. Nexus is open. They have all these minions in the base. Will they be able to fight the Bel'Veth and fight them to clear these minions? It does not look like it, as the base is slowly being checked by these minions, and that is game in favor of Oakland, and I believe we will be seeing them going to the finals.
Wow. That was intense, for sure. I mean, even when Oakland was doing so much early game, UGA did not let up at all. Eventually did get that Senna shut down. Unfortunately, could not bring it back for the second game, but, definitely had some close moments there. So, kept Bel'Veth on her toes for sure. Interested to see, what these stats were after this game. Sorry, kind of impromptu setup for the stream. I don't actually have anything for, streaming the Discord, so.
Gotta pull in the grass real quick. The damage chart, yeah, the
Yeah,
Bel'Veth, but the Ezreal,
look at the grass
honestly, look at the
here.
Ezreal damage is pretty good there too. All things considered.
Okay, there we go. I think Justin pulled over the feed for the, or somebody will pull over the feed. There we go, for the Discord. So, do we want to pull in for an interview, or are the next teams ready? Should we go into the second series? Let's see. 8 p.m. Yeah, so we definitely have enough time for an interview. So let's look at Oakland. I don't think they elected a specific person to do an interview in particular. So if somebody wants to go ahead and, looks like Chris is reaching out for an interview. So I would definitely like to pick the brain of what was going on in their team for this last match, and even try to get some insight for the first match, see what was kind of going on for that, even though we weren't able to actually follow that and see it. I know, Romeo, it was intense, wasn't it? Very. He's just gonna keep chatting here for a second. Actually, I think, yeah, it is 8 o'clock, so it is time for his dinner here. So, after this interview, I'll have to give him some food. Poor baby is a couple minutes late. I'm sorry.
The chatters demand to see the cat.
Chatters demand to see the cat.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see this
Let's
cat.
see if I can.
Let's get the cat out here.
This
Hey
cat.
there. Pull.
Shaggy.
Come here, come here.
Cat time.
Come here.
Cat time.
Hello, hello.
Cat time.
Hey, what's up?
We have Shaggy here for the interview. Just to double check, what was your name inside the game?
I was Shaggy.
Oh, sorry. There we go. My bad.
You're good.
So yeah, I guess we'll start off right away. Congrats on the game, and honestly, how'd you feel about those two games? We didn't get to quite see the first one; we had some technical difficulties, but overall, how'd you feel? The pacing of the game was.
The first game, it was a little bit closer. We picked more scaling-based champions with Ivern and Jinx. We threw a little bit at the beginning, but afterwards we kind of recouped and did our thing.
Oh yeah, no, we did notice that the Ivern Lee Sin double lock and kind of told us that one of those characters was going somewhere interesting, and it was nice to see the flex done with that pick. Would have loved to see. We only really got 3 minutes in, so would have loved to see how that Ivern played out in the bot lane. But definitely was really interesting. And then in the second game, at first I think we were expecting. I think more so from UGA side, we were expecting something weird with the Rammus, but they had swapped the pick order. But it was interesting to see that they decided that Ivern was a bigger problem than the Bel'Veth for your team, and decided that needed to be gone.
Uh-huh.
So definitely kind of signaled more towards the fact of, hey, there might have been something that was a little dominant about that. But yeah, and the next thing I guess to ask is when you're going into your draft, what do you think was your team's kind of identity going in once you got to like the middle part of the draft? Did you see anything they were doing that you wanted to pivot what you guys were doing, or did you just have a locked identity of like, this is what we're playing for, and this is how we're going to play through this game?
Yeah, we kind of had an identity. We wanted to flex the Zac around to jungle and support. It's very versatile. And then they thought it was Zac top, so we were able to get the counter pick on Garen, and that was a very favorable matchup.
For sure, those flex picks are just very dominating. If you can kind of play where you can throw things, you can get a lot more winning matchups than you normally would get with that case. Another question we have is, what do you think sets your team apart, I guess, from the team you fought today and the other teams you fought all the way through this tournament to get you here?
They were definitely a lot more coordinated. I'll give them that. They made tempo plays. They had pretty good sense of connection, like where to go, how to get there.
And definitely, for sure, it felt like they kind of, kept in angles, and when they were trying to like recontest some things, even went from behind, they kind of did it with a more group effort. There was never really one person trying to do much by themselves. It was always that there was some kind of effort, something premeditated for every play that was made, never just we're randomly going to go for this one thing.
Right.
I have a question. So, I was wondering who you thought was not only MVP of your guys' team, but also who do you think was MVP of the other team that last match?
I'm gonna have to go with probably our jungler. He's kind of the,
Okay,
the
that's fair.
cornerstone of our ensemble. We can always play for him. He can always carry. I think the mid laner on the enemy team did an excellent job. Game 2 played very well. Kind of farmed on Ezreal. That's kind of the goal Ezreal wants to accomplish. So I feel like he played the best out of them.
For sure. And yeah, we were definitely echoing some of that same, like trying to support the rest of the team with that global ult constantly. I know Senna was trying to as well, but she was having a bit of a time bot lane compared to Ezreal in mid lane. So, but yeah, Bel'Veth obviously popped off that game. Nobody can contest that for sure. So definitely echo that as well.
Yeah, we'd see a lot of those fights. It was like looking really good for you guys, and we just see an Ezreal ult come in, and it's suddenly like, the fight doesn't look quite as good anymore. So yeah, it's very, very interesting to see. They kept them a little bit on your toes there, just with those global ultimates as well.
Coming into the semifinals, did you guys do any kind of like extra prep work? Was there any kind of plan or scouting you saw when you were looking at these teams that you guys were trying to address?
Not really. We did decide to go with the roster swap. Usually I play jungle, but we kind of felt more of a synergy against their champions with myself and the AD carry Chaz. He usually plays mid for us. We felt we would have had better synergy against these guys in the bot lane. So we decided to switch up some people. My native role is jungle, hence why you see like Zach, Ivor, and a bunch of unorthodox picks. Can play pretty much any champion support.
As
So
a
you
support
keep in
main,
your
would
comfort
100%
pool,
agree.
but in a different role. Yeah, that's a very good way to go about it, to be honest.
Seems like it
Especially
worked out very well.
Ivern is an enchanter, and Zach, is a pretty good engaged champ no matter what role you throw him in, whether it's top, jungle, support, and even sometimes mid lane. And you could consider farming ADC as well if you do it with the Senna. So
Yeah, exactly.
a lot of flexibility with that champion there. Was there any moment in either games where you guys kind of felt a little worried of like, hey, something could go wrong here? Or did you feel like you just kind of had a full reins on both these games?
Game 2 went pretty smooth. We kind of stuck to the plan that we had. Game 1, we kind of went for a coin flippy play on the invade, and that set a little negative tone for the start of the game, but we were able to connect and recoup.
I've got a question. So, from the spectator perspective, we could only see up to 3 minutes of the last game. Who got first blood?
Red side got first blood. They took down myself and my jungler.
Okay, was it in that was it in that invade?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. That's exactly where the camera stopped. So we didn't actually get to see the resolution of that fight. So was very interested to see how that went. So, okay, I see. So that's what that invade you were talking about. The
Yeah, we
invade
saw it about
leading
where
to that negative.
Yon
Okay.
was about to join you guys on that fight, and Silas was a little bit behind them. That's about as far as we got. So we were like, this fight looks like it's going to do a lot, but it just Riot Spectator Tool let us down in that moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, it'll do that.
We make do with what we can.
Mhm.
Well, if you had any last words to shout out about your school or about any of your teammates, floor is yours for that. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to our top laner for these games. He is from China and English is not his first language, and he's jumped through many hoops to get us to where we are today. So,
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
mhm.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys recoup. Get ready for your finals match here coming up in a couple hours, I think. Oh gosh, That sounds longer than it feels. So, yeah, but thank you for playing, having a good game, and being a good sport about it, even though we had some spectator issues on our end. So,
Yeah,
thank
no
you.
worries. Thanks for having us.
For sure. Good luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Yeah, so we're gonna go on break here. Get ready for the next game. Get some water. Hydro homie break for a second, and we'll be right back with our second match between, if I could remember, Harrisburg and UMF. Just in a few months, I cut to break.
I'm here when you need my voice. 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 when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. Sweet. Sweet.
Hindsight is fleeting, oh, and your heart's bleeding, and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then, or what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one. And I can't wait to see you again. Oh, I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were the one. And I can't wait to see you Can't wait. When the night was closing in, I was alone and so afraid. Couldn't see the light. No. Then my world began to spin. Where's the beginning and where's my omega? Have to make it right. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside this glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gonna let it go. Let it go. No, there's no past, no tomorrow. You're lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me back that sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be there. I was trying to invade, but there were no walls to barricade. There's no need to fight. No. I was driving deep within, but there were no race I had to win. Now that I found the light. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside this glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gonna let it go. Let it go. No, black sunrise. Go. No, there's no past, no tomorrow. Get lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me back that sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection, was disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. Oh, now it's the time to realign, reconnecting my foundation, reunite. Oh, I'm digging, got my feet on solid ground. No more levitation. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection, was disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul.
the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. I'm all the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no.
We climb the greatest heights, jump down and have a
Hello, and we're back. It's me once again, Zokamar Aiden, and I'm with.
I'm Wi-Fi guy.
And the draft has already kicked underway. We see several bands going out. We see a Shaco, Kiana, and Twisted Fate coming out from Blue Side. And let me just double check. I believe that is which team is that? That should be. I'll get back to that in a second. And on the other side, we have a Oriana, Volibear, and Aatrox band. And we've already seen a Varus, Hui, and Lee Sin being picked in the first wave, and a Ari, Ashe, and Ornn picked in the second wave. We'll be seeing the second wave of bands coming out right now. We can't quite show it just because we didn't have the capacity to set it up, since it's being done through Draftwall for this group. So we'll keep filling in. We see a Rel band from Red Side and a Milia band from Blue Side. And then we'll be seeing the fifth band for Red Side being really thinking on it quite a bit. A Nautilus, so they're banning out. I think they're banning out supports Blue Side. Nope, we see Bel'Veth for Blue Side instantly picked on that ban. They knew exactly they did not want that in. So UMFI, which is Red Side, so they'll be the right side of the map, is picking their fourth champion right now, which could either be their support and or jungler, unless they're flexing. We also have a donation from HU Storm Linzor, $25. Great tournament, great cause. Thanks for putting this together. Thank you so much, Linzor, for the $25. And as we're getting later in the night, we're getting closer and closer to the goal. Just a reminder, we are aiming to get $2,000, and we are currently at $1,789.20. Just a little bit more, and we should be able to hit it for the next milestone at $2,000.
And all that donation money going to a good cause, the American Red Cross.
And what we will see, blue side is being finished out with a Garen and a Talia. As we will see that UMF has finished out their comp with a Diana and a Braum. And we also just verify no Skarner is allowed, at least for this game. So we won't see any excitement of the new champion.
Not sure how much changed with Skarner. I didn't really know him before. Didn't really see a lot of Skarner play before anyway.
He was not very popular, so that's one reason why he was reworked. Very old kit. He's mostly just a tank that had a single target CC. It was really strong, but also incredibly situational. So now he's a champion that burrows through walls and can grab several people and yoink them away and throws rocks at you. So he's a bit of a menace right now. I've heard some people thinking he's OP and other people thinking he's complete trash. And every single game I see him in, people are losing their minds. But now we can see the comps on the screen. See Ego on the Garen, Kid Beats on Lee Sin, Duckman PH and Talia, Makel on Varus, and Barlow on Hui. And then we see, oh, I can't see the other names. Unfortunate, right? Only wants to see one team. But yes, Team 1 is HU Storm. Team 2 is UMF. So Storm versus UMF, blue side, red side, respectively. And we will have 2 minutes, 30 seconds spectator delay. So we'll go once again go over. We are 200 off of the donation goal for the next milestone. For Red Cross, for the Zoo and Mousepad giveaway. So Ego is HU Storm. Yep, it's verified on that. So yep, Team 1 is HU Storm. And honestly, I think some predictions just how this game is going to go, and then we'll get into some more donations. We have a pretty good, engage AOE from the Ornn Diana, but also some good pick potential with the Ahri and Ashe on the side of UMF. And then we have Garen, Lee Sin, Talia, Varus, Hui. I feel like it's a bit more on that kind of single target catch out. A lot more poke and range too on that side of their team as well. So we'll be seeing Storm getting a lot of that. But we have our donations coming in. For $11 from Meow saying, proud of you, Justin. We got some support coming in for Justin there. And we get, as we read earlier, HU Storm Linzor is $25. Great tournament, great cause. Thanks for putting it together. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll be excited to see how this game goes. We'll be seeing the other finalists from the victor of whoever wins the first 2 out of these 3 games, if we even get to 3. It'll be very exciting to see who will be going up against our last game's victors and see, how toe-to-toe they can get. We're seeing a lot of high ranks on both of these teams, or at least I think one of these teams. So it's going to be, an underdog game for UMF, but I definitely think they can pull things together if they play this right.
Yeah, I mean, based off what you said earlier, if UMF can kind of play together, not really give the 1v1s, and kind of use a lot more of the team play and make up for that, for a little bit of the gap, just based off of that, they have a good chance here.
No, we definitely will see. And I think, a little bit playing off of the in favor of Storm's side, them going a bit more with these characters that can do a little more in the 1v1. It might be more of an idea of, hey, like they know, hey, we outrank these guys. Like let's use our hands against them. Let's see if we can, diff them before it even gets to that team stage where everyone can start grouping. Let's see how it goes. But we do see the new orange skin coming in this game too. Very excited to see
Oh,
that. I
very
have not seen this
nice.
in a live game. This is one of the April Fool's skins. It's the train conductor Orin. Big fan. I believe it's his his 4th skin he's gotten in the game.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because he has a Thunder Lord, he has Elderwood, he has Space Groove, and then now this one. So that is his 4th skin. This character came out in like what 2015, 16, and he's only got 4 skins. Despite being one of the most prevalent champions in terms of pick rates, both in pro play and solo queue. We will see an invade coming out from UMF here. But that Hui QE does slow everyone in it, and a little bit of damage, not too much in the early game. You won't see it doing much until you start to get those burnt items out onto Hui.
Seems like just the idea of you can catch one unaware, go for it, but ultimately not. No reason to push in any further.
Yeah, we will see Lee Sin on the Raptors looking to take an early clear. Very common thing you see is that invade on Raptors, especially if you're blue side jungler. It's a lot easier to get access to that area and go for a steal. And anyone that tries to check this bush, maybe for Rude Awakening, as we see Ornn walking into the area, might actually be caught out here. This will be a really rough really rough start to the top lane. Ooh, that is almost all their health gone immediately. They'll be going for the reset, but Garen won't let them get it for free. We'll see those Raptors going over to Storm as they take that, and Diana's going to have to react accordingly, either splitting the map and going for an invade onto Storm's jungle, or, you know, handshaking and just playing a little bit from behind in terms of the farm department. We'll see Ornn also having to blow TP to get to the top lane early. Going to be really abusable if Lee Sin decides to split the map and camp this top lane. We do see some, you know, calm trading back and forth in the bot lane. It does look like Storm has taken the prio in all 3 lanes are going to have first push for them. We see that level 2 coming in for the Varus Hui, that poke coming out, this extra poke damage with that level advantage going crazy. Let's see the Garen trading under the turret, but still coming out positive on that trade. Just showing, you know, hey, they know they have the push, they have the advantage, they know Lee Sin's going to be there. They're setting up for this dive, and they know Ornn doesn't have TP. If he dies here, it's going to be very, very difficult to play from this behind position. We see level 3 on the Garen as they use E to push in the wave, as Lee Sin is waiting for this dive, as Diana responds by answering, and UMF has their Diana going into the bot side jungle. We see the dive starting here. We see the Ornn W coming out. Garen starts the dive, taking the turret. We see Lee Sin finishing it off. We do see the E knockup and the flash coming out. Lee Sin can't quite get it, but Lee Sin was not tanking turret, so they can look to re-engage on this Ornn when their cooldowns are back up. We see the BM under the turret, and we do see First Blood coming over to the Lee Sin. They do die to the turret, so that does go a little bit in favor of Ornn, but that still is several waves under that turret in favor of Garen. I see the Braum stun getting out onto the Varus, but they cannot get the last auto off onto the Varus. Braum is running for their life. 1 auto away from death. Varus going for the Q. Trades back onto the Ashe. We see Diana in this bot lane going for it. Varus trying to get that pick. Finally gets the pick off on the Braum, but that stun does come out. Kill back over in favor of Diana. We see Hui try to finish off the Ashe, but Ahri is in location. We see flashes coming out from both Hui and Diana as they go, and Talia try to do what she can to, you know, save this Hui, but can't do quite enough. And now both mid laners are in the bot lane trading 1v1 once again. We still like going lethal. Talia's going for a Q. Ahri's still going as well. That Q coming out, the flash coming out in the dodge. But the knockout lands, and ooh, that's a kill over to Talia. Duckman PH securing that kill on the mid laner. What a hard fought fight, and that's 3 kills both sides, but there is a 800 gold lead already in favor of Storm. Most likely due to the top side and how much CS that Ornn had missed out on with that big dive.
Yeah, that early stagger and then later dive really setting them back on the top. But thus far, otherwise even, aside from the gold advantage, and maybe a little bit of an EXP differential, but probably not too much.
Yeah, definitely like the map's kind of split because of Lee Sin taking all the enemy topside camps and Diana taking all the enemy bot side camps. Kind of makes it so both junglers are always going to be on opposite sides of the map, fighting for different things. So it's going to be playing through. UMF's going to be playing through their bot lane, whereas Storm's playing through their top lane this game. It may come down to which mid laners can help upset those lanes even more. But it does seem very kind of heavily skewed in Storm's favor with how his top lane has gone so far. in an isolated lane being dove like that, it just feels very, very defeating on how little you feel you can do, especially on a champion like Orin, where you really don't have much damage to work with, and you're mostly there just to soak damage. You just do your best to survive as long as you can. See, Diana has opted to come up here. We see the Garen force the Ghost away. Diana does get the dash on. And they managed to get the solo pick onto the Garen, but assist does actually fall over to Orin. See Lee Sin going and trying to trade back on his Orin. The Q does land, and they do go, but Orin dashes away. Flash comes out from Lee Sin, getting to kill secure, but can Diana finish off this Lee Sin? There is a level difference, but the health advantage does go, and Diana is on a rampage. Several kills in their advantage. We'll go back immediately to the bot lane, as we see once again Ahri in the bot lane. We do see Ashe Braum taking down the Varus and the Hwei, showing the power of that stun and the slows from both those characters. Really strong synergy together. The Freljord duo bot lane is very potent. We will see that, a little bit swing actually in the favor of UMF. Honestly, a decent performance with how this game's gone in early. I feel like Diana's salvaged quite a bit. We do see the Guppy fight going immediately, and Garen and Talia do manage the rotation. Not quite the prio to go for those. A little unfortunate of a play, and we will see a shutdown going over in favor of Talia, as Diana was a little overstayed on the map there. Do see Lee Sin in his bot side a little bit empty, not much to do, but might be posturing for this dragon as both bot lanes are returning to lane. But we will see this Garen perma push up on this Ornn. We may look to see a proxy sometime soon. We do see Ornn also missing the knock up on that Q. Fortunately, we see Talia grabbing at the Diana. She's able to dash quickly to her blue buff. Really good use of her jungle there to avoid that combo. If that blue buff was not there, she probably would have fallen to that engage. But she may have to give up this blue buff, as there is just too many people in this bot side jungle right now. Diana had to use everything to get out, and Lee Sin does have level 6 over her. XP is showing a bit of a difference, and Hwei is getting so much poke onto the Braum. Behind their turret, just full map dominance on this bot side right now. See a full Ornn combo coming out on the top lane, though. Very well done. But Hwei Varus do have a lot of range to play around. They're just poking under this turret. That Ashe is CC for forever. Braum trying to block what damage he can, but trades their life for it. Lee Sin under, uses the R, guarantees the Q. That's a dive on the bot lane. It's a double pick. Heal does come out from Hwei to make sure Lee Sin didn't die to that turret shot. And that's just showing, like, dang, this range, this poke, this damage with the Lee Sin just have so much dive potential in this comp, as they can just get so much damage up. But we see Diana returning on the Void Grubs. Garen and Talia once again rotating to try to, deny this. But going for the cutoff. Ornn coming out, trying to do what they can back. Garen comes out, but doesn't pick up the Diana. Now Talia has to deal with Ornn and an Ahri rotating over. They are slowed, forced to flash, but Ahri has one more dash, lands the charm, and does get the pick off on this Talia. Very good rotation done by Grubby Turtle on the Ahri. He'll perform. This game has been quite a bit of back and forth, a lot of early action. But still looking to be a bit in the favor of Storm as they are up 2k gold. Yeah, we just see all this poke that Ashe is taking in the turret just behind their own turret, and they still can't do anything. They're being poked out by this lane. Braum is fighting for what they can in this lane, but that is a double kill over to the Varus, and a little bit of a swing just in the 2v2 from Storm just executing this bot lane. I've been seeing a lot with Hwei and Varus lanes, and Hwei Jhin is just that poke, that range. Hwei having such a long range CC and poke that can set up and synergize really well with these characters like Varus and Jhin, who have very, narrow skill shots, but if they're set up for it, it's really easy to land them. And Hwei just synergizes really well with that, with the fear, the AoEs he has, and they can kind of bounce off each other as well with, the ults. And even this low health, like Ashe and Braum, are just now a little too far behind in XP to do anything back. We see the Varus ult coming out, the Hwei ult guaranteed off of the Varus ult. We should see more poke coming out, and I think that Ashe is chunked out already, down to 200 HP, 300 off the level up. But see him in that Hwei poke from off screen, just going in for that. But we will see that they recognize the Diana coming in, but the Ashe hero does hit the Varus at pretty far range. The Varus is stunned for like 2 full seconds as Diana comes to make sure they can't get away, and Ashe does get that shutdown. A little bit of the overstay part of the Varus, and a very good snipe with that Ashe ultimate to pick him out there. 10-10 on the scoreboard. There still is a gold lead in favor of Storm going through this game. We'll see Lee Sin going in on the Diana. Just that level lead, the item lead, just going so hard onto the Diana, showing that they're up XP, they're able to go for these picks. Talia's already on the rotation, already trying to do what she can once again to clean up. Misses the Q, kick Braum into the Ahri, instantly gets blown up by the Talia Lee Sin combo. Ahri just needs their one auto stun to Lee Sin, gets the Q off, flashes the return on the Q, so it does not fall to it. Just getting just enough health back. Oh my god. Lee Sin living just a bit longer to take on the Ahri, but Hui getting back on the rotation from the respawn to shut down this Ashe as well.
And it seems like
Garen's in their base right now. Hold on.
wait, what?
Garen is proxying so far deep into UMF's base. He's behind the inhibitor turrets proxying waves. This Ego has no respect for UMF right now. They're bored of being in the lane with Orden. They're like, I'm just going to take the waves as they spawn out of your base. Well, we'll see Garen going in on Diana, harassing this jungle. We saw this actually at the last two teams. We saw Garen invading jungle quite a bit. Just a lot of, Garen's invading right now. It seems to be the theme of these semifinals.
Yeah. Definitely seems like HU has been able to play the game they've wanted to play since the beginning, right? They've been able to take these advantageous fights where they're up a person, maybe, and get the dives in, get this poke damage in, and just be real nuisance,
Yeah, and even though UMF's getting some fight back, all the kills they're getting, they're not really getting much more off of it. Whereas we're seeing Storm get just a lot of things off of these kills, getting a lot of damage, denying a lot of waves. And we will see Lee Sin once again going in on the Ornn in the top lane, trying to get some kind of pick. But Ornn's getting a bit tankier. Lee Sin can't quite burst him for free. I'm sure if the fight went on longer, Lee Sin wins that for free, but Ornn is able to get back to safety turret. But we'll see Garen just kind of not really caring that Ornn's smacking him, just runs back to the waves behind the turret once again. And Talia also getting an engage, harassing Diana in her jungle. She's going to have issues farming the rest of the game. Garen's been clearing her full top side, and she's being invaded on the bot side on repeat. We'll see the stun going out once again. Talia getting picked out by Diana off that Ashe R, showing how strong that tool is. We see Varsol catching the Ahri as they get poked out from the Hui Vars combo. She does live barely, sitting around 100 HP as we see Braum going in, does manage to land the Q, then get the autos off on this Vars. That is a guaranteed stun. But Lee Sin on the flank managed to snipe out the Ashe over the wall. Now Braum has to run for the life, but it's picked up with the Vars, and Diana has to leave, tail between her legs, running back into the enemy jungle and taking a reset. And that is a tier 2 turret, falling at 12 minutes and 30 seconds in favor of Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Storm just seems to be, almost walking all over UMF. Like, UMF are getting their picks, but they don't have a ton to show for it, Almost 6K, over 6K gold lead now. Trailing in the kills, trailing in the XP. It's going to be an uphill battle for UMF.
Yeah, and as we see another engage going in, we see the Ornn ulti coming out onto the Garen. Garen using his Q to then silence Ornn so he cannot get the ram on the ult. But Diana will go in and use her ult as well to manage to get that shutdown on the Garen. They are managed to pick up a lot of kill shutdowns, and maybe as the game gets later, as respawn timers get larger, they might start being able to use these timers when they're able to pick these people with their strong engage abilities, and maybe they can secure some kind of game-winning objective in the late game. We'll see Lee Sin getting the engage on the Diana. Ashe trying to do what she can to help. Lee Sin living with almost no HP to his name. One more auto could have done it, but that Triumph healing does keep Lee Sin in the game a little longer. As we will see an attempt to dive this Ashe, but Braum does get there in the nick of time to make sure that they can't do anything fishy on their ADC. Ooh, we do see the attempt on the solo dive from the Varus and the Ornn, just 1 HP, but we see Hui right there, just 1 QW, and there goes the Ornn. Been a very, very high action game. We'll see the Talia going in and getting the engage on the Braum. The shield saves his life for a little bit, but just gets picked down. That Talia burst is just so high. We'll see the top tier 1 finally falling in favor of Storm, We still see the mid turrets are going strong, but this map will start to open up quite a bit more in favor of Storm, and they'll get more and more control of this jungle. As Diana is fighting for scraps to farm the jungle, there is a 2-level gap in the jungle, which is going to be quite difficult to play around. As we see Garen just bush cheesing all game, sitting in random bushes and just trying to grab people out all game. As we do see the Rift Herald deploy top lane, and the tier 1 turret falling in favor of Storm. We'll see the Ornn tanking as much damage as they can. They do have almost 3,000 HP, so they are taking quite a beating as they walk backwards. The Braum is there to mitigate some of the damage, but they don't have any other damage follow-up for anything that they can land right now. See Ashe a little bit on the flank, but Talia scooping for the knockup. Does miss the Braum and the Ashe, and this Rift Herald will die on the inhibitor turret. And that should be the end of this siege so far. But maybe they may stay and do a little more poke. We do see Dragon on the map, but no one's looking to contest right now.
UMF are definitely just falling behind here. I don't know. Do they have many options here in terms of being able to come back? Like, what would be their best play here?
I think it's really they just have to find some kind of angle of, like, say, an Ashe ult, maybe a Ornn ult, and just try to pick out, say, like, maybe 2 of their players right before, you know, Baron spawns at 20 minutes. Maybe use that to try to make a tempo play, and maybe if they can get 2 of those kind of catches in a row, they might be able to just end the game off that. But it's going to be very difficult to find those angles as we see just how much damage their front line takes, how fast Braum melts their team, and how, like, just Garen alone is able to zone off their entire back line and be just fine.
Yeah, and as we talk about it, they're just HU just going in and continuing to push their advantage.
Yeah, we'll see Ornn held under turret, just being completely decimated under the safety of his own structures. We do see Garen falling to the turret shot, though, so a little bit in favor of Ornn, but some extra gold in your tank this late in the game won't really do much for your team. But we do see them catching Lee Sin after he went for that flank onto the Ahri and getting a little bit more, another shutdown over in favor of this Ashe. A lot of shutdowns have gone over to UMG, but they're not really able to secure any kind of pressure or lead from these picks still, as the gold lead is at 11k now in favor of Storm.
I don't think it's going to be at all easy. I mean, even if UMF come back and do what you do, as you know, you said, with different ults and even getting a pick or 2 here, it's still, you know, quite only the first mile of this giant hill that they'll have to claw back from and use pretty much every advantage they can, right?
Yeah, it's difficult too because a lot of these picks, they're still losing 1 to 2 of their own teammates, so they're not really getting any kind of numbers advantage for getting these picks, which is really what they need to get. So they need to get 1 or 2 people, be healthy, and be able to continue fighting afterwards. You'll see Ego going in for a solo engage on this Ornn. Looks like Garen's opting for a pretty damage-focused build because that is a pretty low health pool, but Ornn is actually 2 levels up because they've been catching a lot more waves than this Garen has. Garen has just kind of been playing like a rat, sitting in these bushes. Ego's just been trying to grab out people, more focused on getting these picks and keeping up this pressure rather than getting any more XP and gold for themselves. And it seems to be working pretty well for them. We'll see the Braum ult coming into the back line, but Ornn being sniped out by the Garen ult and the Talia. We do see the flank coming in from the Diana and the Ahri as they're able to pick off 2 more members. And we see the Ashe finishing off a 3rd. That's actually a 3 for 3 for both teams, but we see the Talia and Lee Sin, who are pretty strong still against the Ashe and the Ahri. So honestly, a really good attempt from UMF there to try to get some more footing in the game. But it's still proving very difficult as we see the Lee Sin go in. Ashe flashes out, but Lee Sin baits the flash, but does not quite... Oh, does actually finish off the Ashe with a little bit of damage. But it seems like they almost weren't going to get Ashe there, and actually would have been really, really rough for Storm there, because, you know, they were just trying to presently get that dive in so that Talia can grab this. But it looks like Talia's still going to grab this mid inhibitor turret, mostly uncontested, as the UMF moves back on the map just in time as it breaks. And Talia's able to freely move away and regroup with their team.
Yeah, it seems to be getting to the point where it's almost like what, you know, how many more team fights can UMF handle? How many fights can they do where they're just trading out before they just end up losing the game? They really have to start getting this numbers advantage. You know, every fight where it trades, even if nothing is gained necessarily, like a turret or progress, you know, HU has the advantage in gold. They have the advantage in pretty much everything else. So it's just going to work out for them if you just keep trading.
Yeah, the map's full on control as we see the Baron being taken immediately on spawn. This may be just what they need to use to crack the base and get past these inhibitors in favor of Storm. As we see that UMF hasn't really secured any objective on the map so far. There's not been a single turret to fall, and they are grabbing the first dragon that their team will be able to secure this game. Simply off the timer that Storm was using to take Baron, they will be trading for this dragon, and then resetting to try to defend their base against this Baron buff. But the wave clear on the side of UMF is not the best. So it's going to be really hard to deal with these Baron buff minions. They're just going to be really tanky and hard to cut through. All of them hiding over the wall.
And they know they want to just wait. If the minions have the buff, then UMF have to try and deal with it. Maybe get weakened out just from dealing with this buff, and then take advantage of where they're not playing, or the fact that they have to worry about so much at one time.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw 3 of them trying to collapse on Ego and the Garen there, but they just weren't able to lock down. We'll see an Ornn engage coming in the Ashield as well. Double CC onto this Hui. They should be able to pick him out there, but I think his shield and his ult keeps him alive just long enough to get his damage abilities out before he falls. We'll see the fight. Actually, I think UMF looks to be winning this fight pretty well. See Talia getting some picks back, but we see the Braum stun coming out. Talia trading back one more kill onto the Braum. This whole time, Garen has been in the bot lane, sieging. That Ignite R should finish out the Diana. So that is a 4 for 3 in favor of UMF, but Garen's still here, full health in this base, sieging this turret, and that might be a Nexus turret falling right there. Ahri and Ashe trying to chase on this Garen, and that slow from Ashe's passive is doing enough to lock down this Garen. That is a shutdown in favor of Ashe, but their base is in shambles. All 3 inhibitors have fallen, and one of the Nexus turrets. They are going to be farming in their base for the next 5 minutes, while we can see Storm get back on this map and choose how they want to end out this game. They're going to play for the next Baron, maybe start stacking drags, maybe just look to end it here and now when they're all respawned.
Definitely, yeah. Keep this uphill battle seems to be turning more and more into a mountain climb for UMF here. There's the pressure on their base, and their last fight they did come out with the trades, but at what cost?
Yeah, they can just get a little more gold to see if they can just get strong enough to win these fights, but it's really hard with just how much damage these siege minions will be doing. How far of a lead that Storm has, it's going to be really hard to swing it, and it'll be really surprising they do. But they do manage to do it, would be quite the upset of a game if they manage to pull this back in their favor.
Be quite impressed if they manage to pull this back at this point.
Ooh, and we do see Ornn falling almost instantly to all this poke damage. We see him kicking the backline Ashe into his team. As we see, some damage being tried back. Ahri doing what they can to win out this game. Braum and Ahri, as the remaining 2 members, held back into their fountain, being dove in the fountain. As Garen goes and R's them in their spawn. And that is the game, as all of UMF falls on their final stand, as we see this Nexus fall to the remaining surviving members of Storm on that attack. GG, well played. First game over in favor of Storm. 23-minute victory. Well played.
Yeah.
And here's the damage charts for you.
Definitely a lot of Harrisburg being able to, they went into the game trying to play a certain way, and they were able to just play that way. It seems almost uncontested. And once they got the advantage, they really didn't have to worry about keeping, stacking it, winning fights out 1v1 or 2-2 was perfectly fine. They just kept up the advantage.
Yeah, and definitely felt like on the tug of war of the map, it just felt like Storm had the entire control of the pole. Even when they lost some of their people on that rope, it just kept, still having the advantage in that tug. And there's really no breathing room for UMF to get anything on the map. Not a single turret fell on the side of Storm, as they just managed to have that much map control the entire game. Very, very high kill volume game, though. It was very, very exciting, fighting almost every minute on both sides.
A lot of early engagements as well. Not really waiting for ours to get up or anything. Just went into the fights right away.
Definitely
very entertaining.
felt like an LPL game for sure, where they just fight
always and forever.
Yeah.
Gotta fight everything. Yeah, we will be looking to get into game 2 shortly and maybe see if there's some kind of swap. Maybe UMF decides to take the blue side. Or maybe they play around the draft a little differently. Or maybe they do the same draft and just execute it in a different way. Maybe they can pull out game 2 and we'll see a game 3. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
But right now, it's looking a little bit in the favor of Storm to get to these finals. Definitely something I probably want to see shaken up a little bit in favor of UMF is probably the picks were really strong, but I think they definitely want to have some kind of answer to do more off these picks. I always felt like just a little ability to get these lockdowns, but not really the ability to set up anything after it. Like they couldn't really get the push. It felt like it was very reactive, very defensive kind of picking. So if they can find a way to draft something that's a little more, if they can get a little more off it, maybe something stronger to split push, maybe in the sideline, to kind of force more aggression on the map, force more decisive thinking from Storm. Maybe a way to turn this a little bit in their favor. Or maybe conversely, if they find a way to maybe play something that can turtle a bit better, can take advantage of being pushed in for the early game, maybe look to outscale Storm in this front. Could be a good way to go about it. But it does look like we will be seeing a side swap. But I will honestly say, because now we're back at the rank spread, looking at this rank spread is actually impressive. Decently good fight put up by UMF there, considering they're up against a Grandmaster, a Master, and 2 Challengers.
Yeah, for sure.
When the highest they have on their team is a D2 at the moment, which a lot of people say the gap between, say, Diamond 2 and Grandmaster is as far as the gap from Silver to Diamond. So at least showing it's like, hey, maybe they're more than what their ranks show. But definitely does seem like from the wins shown here as well that there's a lot more time put into the game right now as well by Storm here. A lot more grinding going on.
Yeah, and as you know, they say practice makes perfect.
Yeah, no, if you're fighting Ego has 360 games banked minimum. We don't know how many they've lost, but they have 360 wins banked this split. So that's the last 4 months they have 360 games. Locked in solo queue alone. We don't know how much they've been scrimming. Maybe they play more in other modes, or maybe they play more accounts. So they have a lot of practice going in. So they're going to be a very, very tough player to get through. Because they're definitely not a practice. They're not going to be making many mistakes because their hands are just ready to go. But this time, we do have the draft wall ready to display. And I am jealous of this ultra-wide monitor display. I should definitely get one for myself at some point.
It's a scam. Don't do it.
It's a scam? Is it really?
No, it just, wide and curved monitors have, a lower refresh rate, and they're harder to stream on. So thanks for being lenient with me being an observer today.
I have a curved, but it's not an ultra-wide, so.
Yeah, just like getting the refresh rate for ultra wides the same as your side monitors. Like even if you have a decently good side monitor, it's just the price just rockets up when you're trying to do any sort of like if you play Rocket League, don't get an ultra wide. Unless you're just rich or something, but I digress.
I see people playing League with the ultra wide, and you can see so much of the map on your screen. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It is very nice for that though. So I'm fine here. I'll take
I feel like
it.
I'd never get ganked again if I had that.
Well, don't say that because I'm not gonna
I'm living evidence of the other way.
I'm living evidence that will still happen.
Maybe you need it twice as wide. Maybe that's the problem. It's not wide enough.
You need to see the ones that are like the full like 180.
I think I've seen one that's like full 360. And like
That
that's
would
probably just
be- That's just a
disorienting.
VR.
True. Well, VRs aren't in 360 though. You just have to turn around.
Well, true, but I mean,
I do
if you
have
have
one
a
of those,
360
so
monitor, you still have to
pretty
turn
fun.
around.
I was wondering if it's worth, just setting up and just using your VR as your desktop screens instead with the
went-
virtual desktops.
VR League of Legends.
Exactly. I haven't done it yet. I've had the ability to. Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
It seems they're taking a second to get over into draft here.
I believe it was a side swap, right? We now have Storm on red side, and we have UMF on blue side. And we get right into the draft, and we'll see UMS first ban going to Volibear. Very prominent top lane and jungler. I believe, I don't remember if it was a Korean build or it was some Eastern build involving Volibear using Ingenious Hunter with 3 key items that makes them a very durable top laner, and if not jungler as well. Sundered Sky just makes them very, very hard to take down because the empowered W on a character you've already hit with W, plus Sundered Sky just gives a lot of healing when at low health, so it makes Volibear deceptively tanky at low healths. I also see Orianna and Aatrox coming out on the side of UMF, and we see Shaco, Kiana, and Varus coming out on the side of Storm. I guess they definitely don't want to give over that Varus that they had played, if I'm not mistaken, on the side swap. And we will see the first pick coming out too. I honestly, if they play Jinx, I think Jinx is a very strong B1. If not, Flex pick is good, but we will see the Ornn coming out B1. I just wanted to keep that Ornn in favor of UMF here. They're like, hey, we liked having it. It's a good weak side. We were able to mitigate a lot, even with that rough start in the top lane. We'll see Kalista Neeko coming out from Storm. Kalista's always been a, interesting, mostly team play pick. You see her mostly in high-level team play. But she does have a lot of things she can do and plays really well around a support. And seeing maybe some weird Neeko interactions with the Kalista if this is a Neeko support. But Neeko is also a flex pick. It could be Neeko in the mid lane or the support. But that ultimate she has is a massive team fight playmaker. The amount of area it covers and the amount of CC it provides and damage just can turn a fight so easily if you're just not paying attention to where she is. But we'll see the Ashe coming out once again. Will we see the Braum here once again, or will we mix up the support a little bit? We will find out shortly. We see the Warwick coming out. I believe that is a Warwick jungle. Normally, I've seen that more often in the top lane recently than jungle. It was interesting. We immediately see the Rek'Sai answer. Now, Rek'Sai is another interesting pick. With his Neeko and Rek'Sai already, that's 2 flex picks. Rek'Sai is actually good in jungle and top lane, and pretty good in both roles right now as well. Rek'Sai's sustain in the top lane is honestly kind of disgusting with the tank build. They go into burrow and they heal, I think late they get up to like 300, 400 per tick, which is just a massive amount of health to get back. But they can also play in the jungle and they can continue to do more bruiser builds or more tanky builds in that lane as well. So, really just not showing the cards of where they're sending anything on Storm's side. We'll see as we get in the next set of bans. We do see a Karma and Lissandra coming out. So they definitely are getting rid of characters that can easily tag this Neeko or give some sustain that makes it harder for that AoE to get such a pick off. As we'll see a Renata ban coming out, as well as a Syndra ban. So they want to get rid of more disengage, more long range poke. We'll see a Yasuo hover coming out from Storm. Oh, no, and they opt for the Swain instead. Swain, pretty good pairing with the Neeko. A lot of AoE, a lot of beefiness. There isn't really a good anti-tank option on the side of UMF yet. So these durable champions will be a little difficult for them to deal with, and they might need to find some way to round out their comp, maybe with support, maybe with mid lane to get some damage in, to maybe be able to pull apart this team. But it's gonna be really hard to get some kind of anti-tank now with the ADC pick already locked in, as well as jungle and top lane, because that's three lanes that can have quite a good anti-tank options. We'll see a LeBlanc coming out. Not really an anti-tank, but good at picking out things. Might be a good way to tag this Nico. Maybe put this bot lane behind so they can fight these beefier characters a lot easier in the mid to late game. And we see UMF finish out their comp with taking some time to think on this one. Really, it is the last cornerstone piece that could make or break this comp. And they're pretty hard on the catch right now. We'll see the Brand. Brand is a good anti-tank option, so it does fix that problem. Only concern is he's also really, really hard to survive this Nico with, and we will see Sylas locked in favor of a Storm at the final pick. Can steal that Ashe ult, that Ornn ult, that Warwick ult, and the Brand ult. All very good for it. The LeBlanc ult, honestly, I haven't played the matchup enough to know how usable that R is, that Mimic ability, but hey, it might be able to do something pretty good for the Sylas. But we'll be getting into the game in just a few minutes. And just a reminder, we are still $200 off the next donation milestone for the Red Cross fundraiser.
Oh.
If anyone is willing to spare anything, every little bit helps. It's for charity, so if you want a tax write-off, you got one right there. We are at the end of tax season. I think it's next week that is over. That wouldn't apply to this year anyway. Yeah, the 15th. I didn't mind a couple weeks ago. We got that all done.
I have to wait. I owe $1,400.
Ooh, you owe $1,400?
Yeah, just of how I get paid, I have to pay now. So
I see. That's not a fun amount of money to see leave your pocket.
no, not at all.
I got some money back this year, but I've been on the I'm on the latter end of my college degree, so
That's fair.
my last semester actually right now. I'm done in a month. Thank God.
Nice.
Donate your
It
tax
is.
returns. You heard it here. Donate your tax returns.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't give all my tax return. I kind of need it right now.
I give all
We're,
mine.
we're looking for work. We're not quite being paid for shoutcasting yet. Maybe one day. Same thing on the competing side. I give my time to my campus's league team, but we couldn't really make it that far. So no prize pools from that, but our school would have taken all the money anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That's why you just get the prize pool sent directly to the players.
Well, ideally,
Smart.
however, ours is a club sport, and they take
Ooh,
all the proceedings.
that's rough.
Yeah, we were. I spent some time as officer. We were looking into seeing if we could change that.
I think we're a club sport as well, but we just ended up a lot of the tournaments where we won were PayPal. So that went directly to the players.
Yeah, it's if the school's paying for it, then they take the cut. So yeah, what
No, we
that's
just
the
don't
advice
tell
to
them.
A lot of our fighting game players is we just told them like don't register under our name. Just don't do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Just enter on your own. Most fighting games don't have that big of a buy-in, so it's like $10-20, which it's a lot when you're in college, but I feel like you're gonna win. It's worth doing.
It's true.
We do have the stream pause at the moment. I know we're waiting like 2 minutes for the stream delay anyway, but so we will have some time to burn. I don't believe we've gotten any new donations to read out in the last minute or
No.
two. So I'll ask about you because I've been talking a lot. Want to talk a little about your league experience in the meantime while we can buy some time?
I think with League of Legends, I have not played a lot. Played mostly TFT. A lot more fun, in my opinion.
I haven't been able to get into too much TFT, but I respect it.
It's quite fun. I also played a lot of other games like Hearthstone and Magic. So
Yeah, a lot of those more laid back strategic games.
yes, exactly.
I think the only strategy games I could get into are like RTSs because I think I'm too active of a person. I need to be doing a lot.
Yeah, yeah,
So like card games, I'm like sitting there like 2 minutes, completely bored, zoned out, not paying attention to what they're doing until it's my turn again. And then I go and I just do whatever I was doing, and I don't recognize what they have on the board, and then I just lose, and I'm like, oh, whoops.
yeah. Lots of flicking cards and keeping yourself busy.
Yeah, just reading flair text or just looking at art.
Yes.
I think I had the same problem with chess because I used to play chess when I was younger, and I just like would get bored waiting for someone to like think for 5 minutes on what they want to do. And I'm like,
I have that problem with tabletop. Chess.com, not as bad because you can sit there and like fiddle with the board, make the squares different colors.
who won last? Oh yeah, last game we had Storm win the last game. 23-minute victory. They lost 0 turrets the entire time. HU Storm.
We'll have
We
to
will
see.
see the map side swap. Maybe we'll see. One of our TOs was saying, why does side selection matter? Isn't the map symmetrical? When the map actually, in fact, is not completely symmetrical. They did update a little bit this last season, but we do see an invade going in. I had to cut myself off. We see this Ashe caught out, and the first blood going over to the Callista. That's immediately a rough start for UMF.
Yeah, you really don't want to be giving away early picks. And especially not 2, though. I think they're going to avoid it.
Yeah, and they go into Callista too. That's the summoner, the ghost down for Ashe. So that's a combat spell down in the early game. And their laner is the one that got the kill too. So it's going to be really hard to fight in this early game because Ashe doesn't have that threat of Ghost to either get in or get out. And Callista also has that 400 gold to start the lane with. Probably going to see a longsword and a health pot if I were to guess, but it could also be a dagger and 2 potions, which will just give, effectively 150 more HP when trading in this lane. So we will have to see how this game starts to go.
Lots of poking back and forth going on, it seems. And lag. Was that just me, or was that also you?
What happened?
It lagged. That might have been me. I think I lagged.
Yeah, I didn't catch quite that. See a lot of early bullying going on in the jungle though. But we already see both junglers in the bot side, both in the bot side camps. We see Warwick on their top side, and we see Rek'Sai on Warwick's bot side. So the invade play almost immediately. Very interesting to see after what was going on in the top side jungle. We do see an all-in going in. Callista being caught down by this burn, tries to finish off Brand, but now Nico has to run away from a full health Ashe. You just will not be able to survive this lethal tempo. But looks like they do actually get away. Ashe deciding to get back onto the wave instead. I feel like they could have chased them down there.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to chase them down, knowing that maybe there's a jungler nearby, and if they go for the chase.
We do see the rotation right now. Actually, you're right on that. That is a good catch. So we do see the mid laner and the jungler both rotating to the bot lane as Brand does fall, but Ashe is, safe, fully healthy, back under their turret. And we do see the Ornn knock up on the Swain. We will see this fight. Swain, honestly, I think just starts to take control of this lane after a little bit. But we'll see the Styles going in on the LeBlanc. LeBlanc pass is coming out, trying to send up the fake Mimic, but not quite enough as Rek'Sai does get on. LeBlanc forces flash, but that follow-up does manage to get there with Rek'Sai falling with flash as well. Warwick is there, and Warwick does excel in these situations, but it doesn't matter as Rek'Sai's health are able to burst out that last remaining bit of health. And that is a double kill in favor of the Rek'Sai.
It's these smaller, fights and advantages that really are going to start to add up as the game progresses for Harrisburg.
Yeah, no, we just see Storm already with a significant lead once again. Just these early scraps, these early fights going quite in their favor. And I feel like most of the draft of UMF isn't really too much harder in the scaling department. I think you have a decent scaling with the Ashe and the Brand, but past that, I feel like and Ornn as well. But the Warwick and LeBlanc kind of, I feel, a little more early game oriented. So maybe a little hard to play this out in the late game. You'll see Swain doesn't fully get the crash, but it is out of mana. So Ornn is able to hold this wave. Might be able to set up a little bit of a freeze while Swain is forced to reset and get their resources back. We'll see Warwick finishing their clear. On the bot side of the map, we will have Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, as well as the first spawn of the Guppies on the top side of the map, and we'll see which team wants to play around what. We see Warwick pathing in towards his bot lane, maybe looking for a gank, but I believe Nico and Kalista do have eyes on this Warwick, as Sylas is looking to move down on a roam, and Rek'Sai is on the bot side map as well. There may be a dive angle in the near future, if not an invade on this Warwick's jungle.
Yeah, it looks like that Warwick is getting pinged out, and they might be trying to make a move on it.
We'll see Warwick using E, trying to run out, using that damage reduction to get. They are ignited, and they have to run for life. They flash over the wall, but Sylas does chase over the wall, finishes off with the Kingslayer. We manages to get the stun off on the Sylas. That is 3-stack with the Brand Burn. Will it be enough to take them out? And Ashaw is coming in, and Sylas just try to E back in, but does fall. But Rek'Sai does finish out the Brand, but Rek'Sai does fall to the Ashe and the LeBlanc combo. As we go back top lane immediately after that fight to go see this trade coming out from the Ornn. Ornn did hit level 6 first and is able to go for this engage, but does not have the damage finished out. They can get this crash out before Swain gets level 6 back. They should be fine. But Ornn does have to flash down, but Swain just does have the damage to fight that. Really unfortunate. Ornn had the level advantage, had the engage, but Swain's just too much stronger than that Ornn to do anything. Or to fall to that Ornn.
Not a good sign for UMF. All these early engagements still getting into game, and up 4 kills and up 2k gold here.
Yeah, we see these scraps going back to back as they once again decide we're not going to let this jungler breathe this game.
Yeah,
Just taking completely over this jungle. Warwick kind of has to watch them in the jungle, but gets caught out by the Sylas. The E comes out, is in the fear. That was a like 30% damage reduction, but is still burst through that damage reduction. My lord. As we just see full map dominance coming out from Storm once again.
They seem to be doing a very good job of being able to find these one-off players out in the jungle and capitalizing off of it.
And we'll see Brand fighting 1v2 in the bot lane and doing an okay time doing it, but they are being harassed out, and we are seeing Ashe lose a bit of farm to this wave. We do see, ooh, on the dot, 0 second once again, 7 minutes.
Ooh.
The spectator does pause.
Give me a second.
It's always 30-second in.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen for a second so nobody steals my login information, but this should fix it.
Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
Ah, there it is, my state-mandated lunch break right here. You love to see it. Honestly, I'm taking notes from these games. I think the tempo is something really just to make note of. If you're any team looking to perform how I feel like Storm's playing here, that tempo is really what they're playing most off of. Like, they're dying a lot, but if you ignore the deaths, really, most of their deaths aren't that bad because they're keeping really high tempo and complete control of the map. Like, they're never really giving anything up when they make any of these plays, even when it goes slightly bad.
Okay, so none of the teams actually friended me. So I
they don't
can't
like
get-
you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, sucks for them because I can't get back into the game. So, stand by real quick. working on getting another spectator that's doing stuff and still in the game right now, and then we'll resume.
I'm here when you need my voice. 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 If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were no one. And I can't wait to see you Hindsight is fleeting when your heart's bleeding and all you can see is red. Till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that When the night was closing in, I was alone and so afraid. Couldn't see the light. No. Then the world began to spin. Where's the beginning and where's my omega? Had to make it right. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside there's a glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gotta let it go. Let it go. No, there's no past, no tomorrow. You're lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me that black sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be there. I was trying to invade, but there were no walls to barricade. And there's no need to fight. No. I was fighting deep within, but there were no race I had to win. Now that I found the light. Oh yeah. There's a moment when you know that every teardrop has to go. They be piling up inside. Inside there's a glow. Could this moment be meant to be? Lose the shadows and you'll see. Lose the shadows and be free. Black sunrise. Ain't gotta let it go. Let it go. No. Black sunrise. Go. No. There's no past, no tomorrow. You're lost in reflections. Dance with the starlight. You gotta be there. You gotta be. I want it closer. Bring me that black sunrise. Gotta be there. You gotta be
Hello, hello. We're about to get right into the interview. I believe we'll be getting them in just a second here. Hello, hello.
What's up?
Welcome, Kid Beats. We are going to ask you a couple of questions based on the games you just played, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, after your victory, how does it feel that you guys are getting into finals?
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So, congrats on your victory. How do you guys feel going into your finals games? Are you excited, nervous?
We're excited. We're pretty confident. I think we'll be able to pull through.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing both the semifinals games, it looked like definitely both your team and the team you're going to be up against were pretty, strong contenders in their games. Kind of looked like pretty good defeats on what they played, and definitely pretty good execution on a lot of the things you were doing. One thing I noticed, you guys were really solid in just your tempo control. It never felt like you ever gave up any space on the map the entire game. Was there any kind of like planning you had going into the draft to kind of set that up?
Not really. We just decided to pick some of our good stuff and just be super aggressive early because we know they'll probably make some mistakes and we can just capitalize on them and push the game forward.
Yeah, I definitely saw that. One of the things I'd like to ask a lot is, was there any point in the game that you felt like was either the turning point to become a victory, or any points in the game that felt like, we were a little scared, where you're a little uncertain if you were gonna, be able to start closing out the game or not?
I don't really think so. I think most of the game we just had it under control. It just felt like the first like 5 or 10 minutes were kind of just one, and then after that, it was just smooth sailing from there. I didn't really feel like there was a point where we could have lost.
For sure, definitely felt like you guys just had full reins on both the games. From all we could see, we had production issues once again in the second game, so we didn't get to see how that got closed out. We did see the full first game. I guess one part is, was there like a favorite team fight or moment in the game that you guys had where you felt like you guys just like completely decimated a fight, or just felt really satisfying to pull off?
I really like that Lee Sin kick I did in bot lane when I kicked the Braum into the RE.
Oh yeah, that
was
one.
kinda cool. Yeah.
That one was really good. It felt like just the perfect angle and just the perfect way to just turn that fight, so they had nothing they could do at that point.
Yeah. I saw the angle. I saw the vision.
So then I'd ask though, because it was a pretty, I'd say a pretty hard stomp. Do you feel like there was any player on the team that felt like the biggest challenge for your team to kind of get that control over? Like anyone that just gave you the biggest amount of issues to get these reigns? If you were to name one of them.
The Ashe player, Andy Can't 1v9, was kind of the GOAT. He was kind of doing some 1v9 kiting.
Yeah, their kiting seemed really good, and their ults were actually pretty on point. Well, I think almost a lot of their ults, especially in the first game, ended up leading straight to a kill. It was a really nasty one, I think, early in the bot lane where they sniped out Varus from a pretty long range, and they were just CC for like 3 full seconds, just unable to move as everyone slowly walked over to them.
Yeah.
I felt quite unfortunate. Is there anything you kind of plan to do going to these finals? You'll be getting quite into right in them pretty soon. Definitely feels like this will be a very exciting game. I think both of you, these teams, have a good chance to run each other. You're both teams. I think both of you have challengers, so it'll be pretty high end game going in. I'd say rank wise. So definitely feel like there would there be any strategies you might want to go more into instead of simply hey, we'll just prey on their mistakes.
They'll definitely probably make less mistakes than usual because they are better opponents, but I think we can still kind of shut them down early. just kind of keeping the same plan going.
I'll definitely hope to see if you can pull that off then, or maybe they put you guys in your place and force you to play more of a traditional mid to late game that we see a lot in pro play.
Yeah, true. We'll see.
I definitely like to see that. But I guess last thing I'd say is because you guys are a pretty dominant team controlling. If you were to give any advice or encouragement for anyone looking to kind of get to your guys' level, what would you say to anyone that is looking to do that?
Stick to your guns. Do what you think is master one part of the game and make that part of the game your strong suit, and then adapt later. Don't try to fill in too much because then you'll have a big pool, but you'll be shallow instead of a very deep pool, but smaller.
So that kind of one trick, one lane mentality.
Yeah, I think that's best for improving at the game and learning the ins and outs of it.
Where would you say would be the point where like you think the pool would be deep enough in that single point to then kind of start spreading out a bit?
I think I really believe that you should one trick most of the time until you reach challenger, and then from there you can spread out more.
Yeah, so right at the top is when you start doing that. Okay. Well, I don't know if Rafi has any questions or anyone else here.
I don't have it too much. I think you got it.
Yeah, but if not, then we can send you back to your team and get ready for your final match.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Yep, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's go. No, I was just gonna say, let's go ahead and take a little break. We're still waiting for one of the teams. One of their players is in a ranked match right now. So not to sacrifice their LP, but we'll be back here momentarily, probably within 10 minutes. So tune back in.
I'm here when you need my voice. 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 Sweet. I'm here when you need my voice. 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 Sweet. Sweet. When you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice.
Hi, welcome back. It's me, Zokamai Aiden again, and we're joined by Haley again.
Yes, me. Sure. Sorry, that was less than 10 minutes. Man was just crushing his rank game apparently.
Oh, we're waiting on someone to finish a solo queue game.
Yes, yes, we will.
Damn, they're like, all right, I'm done with my match. I gotta get in another game, another game. No time to
Yes.
waste. The LP waits for no one.
Yes,
See,
and
this tournament is getting in the way of their LP grind.
that's what I'm saying. It's getting in the way of my LP grind too. I could be trying to hit Plat 3. That's so important right now.
Oh my god, that's
Just
so high.
kidding. Do you know what's even more important than that? What, you may ask? Donating to a good cause. This is a shell out. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, please consider donating $5, $10, even $1 if you want to the Red Cross Foundation through our stream platform. We like to, connect schools from all across the country together and, try and play for a cause. I mean, what's better than doing something you love and raising awareness and funds for something that's incredibly important? So, yeah. And if you don't have, extra funds to spare yourself, you can always just drop a link in some Discords or text it to some people that you may know. Make a LinkedIn post if you're one of the corporate
LinkedIn post.
slaves like me. Okay, I'm sorry. That's my social media platform. That's where I live. But
I need
yeah,
to use it more.
hey, I'm just saying I'm a LinkedIn pro. But yeah, so feel free to just share the link to the stream or the fundraiser, and just spreading the word is participating. So thank you.
We are getting right into the draft, however. We already see 3 bands out. We see Jin, Annie, and Nunu on red side, and we see Udyr, Talia, and Kalista on blue side. I just need to make sure it should be, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Oakland on blue side, and it should be Storm on red side. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's a great question.
I
I
believe
forgot
that's
to check
right,
again.
because Oakland had... Yep, no, it is. It's
Uh,
Oakland versus Storm.
HU Storm is red.
Yeah.
Okay. I just know Ego is HU Storm, and Ego is on red
Yeah,
team
and
right now.
Wazek is Oakland, so...
There we go. But yeah.
The notes are pulled up. We got them back up on the side here.
But yeah,
fully
I'm super
drawn
excited
out.
for this finals match.
In Microsoft Paint. It's all drawn out. So we're ready. Professional program.
Holy
Put it on your
cow.
resume. You can use Microsoft Paint.
Hey, that would be a great LinkedIn post.
Don't make me start using my LinkedIn more. I don't know, man. It's you might need to give me some guidance on that. I don't use it enough. I'm a business major, but I don't use that stuff enough.
Always down to give a helpful C and TED talk about how to use LinkedIn. But yeah, so I see a Kalista ban. Definitely learned from last game here, not letting that slide through at all. Some pretty typical bans, I think. I mean, I feel like Udyr's really strong right now. Nunu is always annoying to have as a jungler. So are Annie and Jin in their respective lanes. Even Nautilus seems pretty standard to me.
Yeah, no, for sure. Nautilus is just a pretty free engage button, especially on an ADC. And Jinx is something you kind of want to lock down, just because the amount of damage she can get, especially when someone falls on your team and she gets that excited reset. She just starts to run away with that
I feel
attack
like-
speed and move speed.
I feel like Aphelios is also really good right now.
Yeah, they're
So
definitely
it'll
two of
be
the
Good matchup.
higher scaling teamfight ADCs for sure.
Another Hwei coming out. Another Ivern coming out. So looks like they might be pulling out the Ivern support once more. I would
It's
love
very-
to actually be able to see it this time.
I'd love to see it too, because apparently it warranted a ban from the last team, so apparently it did
It
something.
did. And it's not like we ever got to see it. So hopefully everything will go well. Praying to the Riot gods. But yeah, Thresh Aphelios. Now that is going to be a very not fun lane to go into there.
Oh wait, we are seeing an Ivern
Ooh.
jungle actually, I think. Unless it's
Is
a
it
machine
right?
gun Lulu. It could be a machine gun Lulu.
I
but
don't know.
Probably
'Cause they're
not.
having Braum as
Probably
well.
not. Yeah, it's probably not machine gun Lulu. But I can hope. I can hope. We'll see the Braum, so that should be an Ivern jungle. So we will be seeing, Jinx Braum really good disengage. They don't really have the strongest engage right now on the
Yeah,
side
I
of
feel like-
Storm. So
Good,
Brahm's
good.
honestly pretty solid in terms of doing that, especially because I think Jinx will outrange Aphelios on the majority of his guns. So
Set pick in the top lane for Oakland. My favorite. I love Set. Okay, so I am looking forward to what build he ends up going because I feel like they have a lot of damage between the Jinx and the Hwei. But the Ivern and the Braum are lacking there. So I wonder if he'll go a little more beefy of a set or a little more just run around and absolutely decimate you.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think the main core set builds right now are either you go the Strikebreaker Hullbreaker or you go into Bork instead. Even though Bork's a lot better for that early lane trading potential, but I think if you go the Strikebreaker build, you're a lot better for this team fight for this Hwei and Jinx. So that's probably what I expect from this top lane matchup. But honestly, it's a pretty nice top lane matchup. I think it's the first game tonight where we see two bruisers going at it. So it should be a lot of fighting and trading going on. We should see one top lane go on top of the other more through fighting than anything else.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this mid lane as well. Me personally, I hate both Syndra and Hwei simply for the amount of CC they have and their range. So I am very interested to see how that all works out. I feel like it's definitely going to be looking at some skill matchups and outplays there, as well as what the junglers do to support them.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game's just gonna be coming down to positioning too, because I feel like on the one hand, if Oakland's positioning really well, it's gonna be really hard for Storm to get onto them in these fights. They're gonna play around flash cooldowns. I feel majorly like Xin Zhao ultimate, being able to maybe knock people back with an insect with that ult, or just Aatrox maybe if he goes lethality, if he can get some kind of engage back onto this Jinx Hwei, maybe get a Q2, Q3 flash and just delete them. Or maybe Syndra can catch a Jinx or Hwei that just went up a little too far and get that snipe out. Once she gets her splinters, once she gets that scaling, and just delete some of the backline. Because once Jinx or Hwei falls, I feel like the fight gets a lot easier for Storm to take over, even if they're missing maybe 1 to 2 of their own players. So we'll definitely see how this position goes, and maybe Storm can force enough fights to get them out or garner enough lead. Because we did hear that they were going to most likely their plan was to go in and just beat them. Was what their plan was. Is beat them in the early game, beat them, just be better.
Can't
So we'll
fault
see
that.
if Oakland can call them out on that and be like, hey, you're not better. You got to play as a team. And we'll see that there. So, that is what Oakland does. That would be exciting to see. I believe on the predictions, we have $20 in favor of Oakland for winning this finals. And no one else. So if anyone wants to donate and put anything towards that, now's your time. A
This
little
is-
bit of charitable gambling.
Yeah, this is the game to be placing your bets per se, or at least showing your support to your team right now. So definitely, if you're considering donating any sort of money, go ahead and do it, and make sure to select your favorite team, which one you think is going to win out of these two, and see where that gets you. See if you were correct in that, or at least just show your team some love.
The people are asking for the cat once again.
Cat is... Where is he actually? When he wakes back up, he went to go take a nap. When he wakes back up, I'll go grab him. Or when we have some downtime before we switch over to our late night stream with Ashuria's, I can go grab Cat. But yeah, no, he loves the spotlight, so Lord knows he would absolutely love to be seen. So yeah.
As the cat's somewhat of a diva. They like showing off. They like
Well,
being on screen.
his name is Romeo, so he is in fact
theater
a
kid.
Casanova. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. But yeah. That
My
orange skin
favorite
was
person
so cute,
streaming
by the way.
worst game. Yeah, that Choo Choo Orn.
Oh my
I need to
God.
buy it. I need to buy it. It's like my most
don't
played
play
tank.
orange, but it's so cute. Oh, it's my favorite.
4th orange skin in the game, and it's so good.
I'm sad we had a Rammus, but it wasn't the Darian skin. I love the April Fool's skins this year. I think they did a fantastic job. Would still like to see some like comical, like, we got Star Guardian Urgot, but some other in that same area of like still on skin line, but oh no.
Ooh, we're gonna see Xin Zhao getting caught out here. Oakland stacking and calling out this early jungle plays that they've been making in their previous games.
If I'm not
Ooh,
mistaken, HU Storm did that quite a couple times to their last competitors here. So getting a little bit of payback there.
I'll have to say also a little bit of interview irony because that Xin Zhao Kid Beats, that was the person that said they would just dip them like that. And they're already the first one caught out. So
That's true.
let's say when they're
So-
looking back, let's hopefully you pull us around. But there is vision on the early jungle. They have more information on where Oakland's jungler is going to be starting instead of there's information on where Storm's going to be starting. So they will have that information to play around. And that early vision is really strong for both knowing how safe your laners need to be at a given moment, as well as how their jungler can play around. And, you know, if they see any kind of early play going on, they know exactly what they can invade or what they can go for without any risk of the enemy jungler answering. Yeah, here we'll see
Bruises
those
are
early bruiser fighting right here. But we do see that Set does have
looks
that
like they're going
passive.
for it.
They're going down. I don't know.
No Ignite.
I'm not seeing these hand checks. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, there is no Ignite in this matchup. Both went for TP, so there is no first blood to have immediately. But we'll see Xin Zhao
Definitely
going
not
in
a
for
rank
that
game.
invade. I would have died twice top lane if it were a rank game. So I understand.
Both of the laners would have taken Ignite if there was a rank game.
I'm
Oh,
already
Jinx
type
is
into
gonna
my
get
jungler.
caught.
We do see the cleanse coming out from the Jinx off the Thresh hook. We see Aphelios going in for the guns on the Braum. That is quite a bit of damage. They got that early level 2, and they're able to take advantage of it. But we do see Ivern fighting the Xin Zhao in this jungle, but Xin Zhao does have... no, actually, they're tied on XP.
Oh.
But will they running for it? They forced the flash from the Hui QW. Set is in the area, but will they be able to get out in time? Oh, the fear comes out before the flash, but the Ivern root does come out. They do manage to catch up once again. Oakland is showing that they are not going to be taken down as easily as Storm was taking. We do see the Syndra getting the poke, and Hui does not get the finish
Ooh,
off from
she
the
makes
Syndra.
it.
So Syndra did manage to salvage that play just barely, but she will have to burn her TP for it, and Hui might have an advantage. in
Only
terms of
5
resources.
flashes there. Only.
Only 5? Yeah, well, we need to see
Only
all
5.
10.
We're getting there. Yeah, so that'll be you know, quite a bit when a ton of flashes are going to be coming up here, and they're probably going to start looking for some team fights around some objectives around that same time. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, this might or the flashes should be up at around, I'd say, 6-7 minutes. So we actually might see the Guppies and the first strike fall before those flashes come back into play. But we'll see the Iron Gate coming in the bot lane. We do see the Braum stun coming out, barely hitting the Phyllis. The exhaust comes out. They're rooted by the Jinx traps, and that is a kill over to the Jinx. Well, Braum does follow the turret, but that is a kill over to the Thresh. Not much use you get out of that gold onto the Thresh, but hey, at least that's some gold back to your team. But we will see Phyllis losing out on some waves as they get picked out there, and Jinx picking up a kill is really, really good on the side of Oakland. They're getting their carries, the kills they want to start out this game.
Let's go ahead and look at what the scores are looking like right now in the CS count. So, yeah, I mean, things are still relatively even here. I'd say top lane is definitely going to be causing that early game gold disadvantage for HU Storm. Just because Set has those 2 kills up on the jungler, but otherwise relatively even here.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely going to be a slow burn in the top lane just because Set's already got this 2-kill lead. And we also see Jinx in this bot lane lead. There's no current strong lead. There's a little bit of strength in the mid lane in favor of the Storm, so they might make some more plays off the Syndra. But right now, it is a little bit more ebbed in the favor of Oakland in this game right now, I'd say.
This Thresh does not miss.
Also see a dive going off the way, but Hui gets the fear, the QW, that's turret shots coming out. That, oh my god. Kid Beats has been living just barely in so many of these plays. The health bar has been so low so many times.
What is Aphelios doing? He's going for a roam?
Ooh, ADC roam at 5 minutes. You do not see this often.
And he's going to pick up a kill from it.
Oh yeah, pick off on the mid laner. Very well played by Mikhail on the Aphelios. As Ivern immediately abandoned that play and is running towards the top lane, looking for this dive off of the level 6 that the Set has garnered. They're in the area. We see they're running away, forced to flash the Ivern route. But now they're being proxied off the wave, trapped at level 5, cannot get to level 6 because they cannot get any XP. As Set looks to get something off of this play. But Xin Zhao is here to do something, still level 3. But Iron is still in the area looking to make some kind of play off of this. And, you know, that set W can do quite a lot in one of these fights. We'll see the Avalanche coming out. That's a pick off onto the Aatrox. Xin Zhao can't really do much with both of those two together. We do see the set W coming out, though, so that is some durability
Cinder's
gone.
coming up too.
Cinder's in the area. We
Oh.
do see the set pile driver come out, and they will fall because they use the W on the wave. Common mistake that you'll see a lot of sets do is just Wing wave when there's still some threat to be had because that removes their fighting power, and that is actually a turnover. Double kill to the Xin Zhao after that play. Very unfortunate. And we see another cleanse out coming in the bot lane as Thresh looks for the engage on Jinx, but Jinx gets some poke back, but she is out of mana. Aphelios is also very low mana, and Aphelios is looking to crash this wave and get this reset. And or potentially a dive, but it is a little dicey given it's only a 2v2, it's early game, and they don't have any jungler support to look for this dive.
With that top lane play, HU Storm is actually ahead in gold now. Really working to get Kid Beats back in the game here with that double.
Yeah, no, definitely. It felt like Oakland was going to have good control of this game, but after that play, it definitely looks like it's a bit more even of a game once again.
Aatrox does manage to get ult this time.
Aatrox at the 6, trying to crash a wave, Set doing everything they can to hold it. Ivern in the area once again, trying to harass his Aatrox. We can't quite do much off of it. Xin Zhao chose to get one Guppy and then back off. We'll see more fighting in the bot lane as they get a nice stun off on the Thresh. Can't quite get the Thresh off as he flashes away out of Jinx's range. So they can't get that reset, get that excited, and try to run on the Aphelios, which I believe they're looking to do if they manage to get that pick off.
Looks like a general reset going on across the board right now. Moment to breathe. Feel like there's been a lot of action so far.
Yeah, these two teams have been pretty high action, I think, in all their semifinals. They just had a lot of fights that they played and just nonstop action. I felt like you just couldn't stop speaking because something was always happening on the screen.
Yeah, and these objectives are up, so interested to see what people start to go for first. Looks like Ivern might think about hovering. Oh, Zin is going for, I don't even know what it's called. Grubs, that thing. But bot lane's about to be in trouble here.
Yeah, we see Syndra moving down on the Jinx Braum. Braum is really strong into Syndra and is able to block a lot of this damage when he uses his E, which is really strong against her Execute as well for keeping Jinx alive, which makes Braum such a strong pick into this game. But we will see Xin Zhao grabbing these Guppies, and we see a 2v2 going on in the top jungle. We do see Set grabbing the Xin Zhao pile driver, getting into the bush. Shidan going to the Hui, who snipes that from half a screen away.
Oh.
As we see this bot lane, both bot lane duos just want to fight so much, but they can never get anything lethal. And we see Aatrox, trying to get what he can back after that fight. But this Set Ivern combination just really, really strong and just showing a lot of oppression in these top side fights the early game. Definitely a focus on Set as a strong side this game, as they trust that the Braum Jinx can be pretty safe this game. We'll see Daisy in play, coming out, diving this turret. Such a disgusting dive tool as Aatrox is using World Ender, try to stay alive. But we'll see Set, stunned just long enough not to be able to finish off the Aatrox. And Syndra once again saving the top lane.
Wow.
Falcon and PH really holding the top side of the map together. Just really good on these rotations, getting these punishes for these aggressive plays that Oakland has been making. Definitely feels like they're just off of getting exactly what they want, and then Syndra's here to basically snuff them out every time they're going for something.
HU is definitely working overtime to make sure their teammates aren't falling behind, and it's really paid off for them so far. So interested to see if they can keep up the momentum here, or if Oakland will start to actually respond to that.
Yeah, we did see Hui almost get off that solo pick on the Syndra, but Xin was there to help secure that. But I believe Syndra was out either way. We'll see the set going once again for these trades. As we see Ivern helping Hui get this reset in the mid wave, and another skirmish going off in the bot lane. As this Thresh and Braum really just do not let the enemy ADC get anything off on the other ADC. Really good defensive characters. Honestly, I love having these guys on my team. Always feels like a very nice time, especially for your squishies, because it's such a dedicated peel champions on both sides. It's a lot easier to play these team fights and safeties. We do see the insta cleanse coming out from Jinx. Aphelios ult coming out, landing on the Braum. Not quite who you want to hit. We will see some damage traded back, and I think every ult landed in that bot lane. We see Xin Zhao ganking the mid lane on the way once again. Syndra is there, and that should be a pick over to Kid Beats in the mid lane. Xin Zhao getting another pick on this wave. This wave has been pretty aggressive in this lane so far, and might need to dial back a little bit just to play a little safer in this lane.
Ooh, minion saves Braum.
Yeah, we see both ADCs below half health, and we see both junglers moving into the area to try to make a play happen here. Syndra as well moving down as well, so we'll see a lot of action going on soon.
Ooh.
Jinx is really low mana, low resources. The engage does happen. Aphelios looks barely any HP, but we see Syndra coming in. Braum is really low. Syndra ult comes out. Jinx is picked off by the Thresh. We do see Daisy doing as much damage as they can to Syndra, but it's just not enough as the Braum and Ivern are held very low on the turret as Daisy is slowly taken out. And they need to back off this turret so they don't give any more kills over to Storm in this early game.
Where is walking down though, so he might be able to pick up some kills here at the very end of this fight.
Yeah, we do
If
see
he can
Syndra
shut
getting
down the
that R
Syndra-
off. Ooh, can't quite land the root onto the Syndra though. The Thresh will flash, land the
Ooh.
Q. That's going to be a pick on the Hui. Very unfortunate. Ooh, Jinx Rocket also barely goes wide and misses the Syndra. That actually would have been huge for Jinx there. I feel like she could have ran down all three of them if that connected.
No, I
Quite
definitely
unfortunate.
agree.
But they will get the push in. Aphelios is heading back to the bot lane. We will see resets going on the map. As first drag still has not been taken by either team. Just a lot of early action in this game. But it's starting to go a lot more in favor of Storm as they've just taken control of this early mid game. And just punishing a lot of the greed from Oakland as they've taken these early fights.
Part 2 of Grubs is up, so Ivern does look to be hovering here to try and, recover what was lost the first time. Does show just to support set here.
Definitely just a threat of Ivern gets him out. But we do see the Thresh hook landing once again in the bot lane, and Jinx just being poked out. But Braum is here, and the full stacks onto the Aphelios as he's stunned. He cannot move, and that is a pick off onto the Jinx. Very well done. It first looked really strong for Storm there, but Braum just turned the fight over and got the CC out, and Aphelios and Thresh was just moved too far away to do anything else to peel for this fight. And now Jinx gets some kind of lead, and a fed Jinx gets very scary when she gets her third item on current patch, and she can just start to dominate games when you can't get on her as easily as you want to. We'll see the remainder of the Guppies are going over to Xin Zhao, so that I believe is 6 in favor of the Storm. So any split pressure they do get will be very strong, but I don't feel like they have many good split push champions, so it will mostly be down to their siege, and when they team fight push, they'll just have a little faster push when they go for these turrets.
I'd agree, although I think, with how strong Syndra is, Aatrox very well might be able to split push, especially because of that TP that he took.
Oh, for sure. He has the ability to go inside lanes. But he's definitely not one of those characters that deletes turrets as much as you see maybe a Yorick or a Trundle do. But having the options always good because you can try to split up their team and remove that peel from the Jinx. But we'll see Jinx kind of held in lane a little longer than she'd like to be. And he's getting a little bit of value on this turret harass as they try to poke Jinx from behind this Braum. But they can't quite find the angle, but she also cannot farm this turret as Ivern is trying to come down to alleviate some pressure.
Ivern is able to pick up that dragon objective, though.
Yeah, the first dragon falling over, and Infernal Drake as well falling over to the favor of Oakland. Does give that a little bit of extra damage that may just be an auto's worth of damage in a fight that might turn some fights in the early game over. But as we will see, we'll have a second jack coming up, and then we'll figure out what kind of soul will be in the game. I don't believe any team has gotten soul today from semifinals to finals. So I wonder if we'll actually see one in one of these games to come.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well, we'll see a pod drive going on in the Aatrox. Aatrox is very low. Set going for this kill. We'll get the W out.
Ooh!
W flash onto the Aatrox. Predicted that flash or reacted very quickly. Either or, but they do manage to snipe out that Aatrox. But we'll see Syndra going in for the all-in on this way. Doesn't do quite enough damage yet. Does not have that execute. We'll see Jinx going in onto this Thresh. The glacial barrier coming out from Braum. Didn't do as much. Ivern ganking from the lane. But it does look like Aphelios and Thresh should be out. Ghosting away, running away. That would do much. As Hui is being dove by Xin Zhao. Does get the fear right as the turret takes aggro on. And ooh! Hui almost scoops the kill, but I believe dies to red buff burn there. That's unfortunate.
Turret was not loving him today. Unfortunately.
We'll see a dive coming out in the bot lane as Thresh tries to get Aphelios out. We'll see the hook coming in the Jinx. Insta-cleansed by the Jinx. We do see Jinx barely getting the kill. Aatrox is here, but he does not have the way. He doesn't have the flash to get on this Jinx. She will auto with so little HP from far away. But Syndra is also here. Everyone's in the bot lane. Everyone is here. As we see Set get the W off on the Aatrox, being ran down by Xin Zhao, but they're cutting backwards. You're cutting backwards into a Braum, into a Jinx. Very difficult, but we do see his ult keeping him alive. Jinx can't do damage. And ooh, Syndra with a double snipe on the Jinx Ivern. Very well played. Syndra really the MVP of this match. He's turning all these fights in the favor of Storm. Quite unfortunate, but that is all 5 in the bot lane at 15 minutes.
That's insane.
I swear I didn't see this since season 9. Once they changed teleport, you never saw anyone down here anymore.
It's, you know, nothing will stop anybody at this point. But yeah, I wonder how much time is left on the Rift Herald. Probably a while still. So I wonder if he'll be looking to save it for a little later or try to get some early towers here.
The Rift Herald should be up by now, I believe. And they have just like 3.5 minutes to grab that Rift Herald before Baron spawns and denies that anymore. But it could be an option to open up a little more of the base.
Yeah, Xin picked it up.
Oh, he did. That's why I don't see it.
During the no, you're good. He picked it up during the last couple skirmishes before everybody showed up bot lane. When Ivern was using Daisy, I think, and bot got out.
Yeah, I completely missed that.
And here's that Aatrox splitting in a side lane, forcing Set to kind of respond to that. You know, as best as he can. Again, not like the most amount of push power in the entire world, but just that little bit. You know, it is forcing Oakland to continue to move back to their inner.
Yeah, definitely waste that time. They are getting actually a lot of use of these guppies, just grabbing at these tier 1 turrets pretty freely. As you know, Oakland's just kind of spread apart, and their team definitely doesn't want to be moved that far apart. Having the Ivern, having the Braum, having the Jinx, having the Hui, they all want to be grouped as much as possible. So using that split pressure is really good on the side of Storm. So we'll see Ivern being grabbed out here as Aphelios has 6 chakrams going in.
Ooh.
This Ivern grabbed out, Hui doing what they can. We do see Braum getting the Q off, but we do see Thresh Lantern ready to get Aphelios out of 6 situation. Aatrox W getting in, doesn't quite pull the Braum, but the Thresh Hook does land, and Braum does fall as well, as now the backline has no one to hold the front, as Set is coming in from the side. But it may be a little dicey to do anything now, given all that's gone. They still have Syndra ult to snipe out one of these backlines. So we see Thresh trying to get in the side, but Thresh Hook blocking the way, and Set trying to do what he can. Being harassed by the Aatrox, being harassed by Syndra. He does have W, but only gets a measly amount of damage from the physical side of the hitbox and gets executed by Syndra, just completely estimated. Ooh, this mid game's starting to look really good for the Storm as they just tear apart Oakland.
We do see missing the top turret.
The Tokyo Drift Rift Herald.
Where is
trying
he
to get
going?
those sharp angles onto turrets, but can't quite land it.
He was able to still get it in top lane though, which I think is ultimately his goal. But you know, driver's license may need to be revoked because it does not get to get a big hit off there.
We do see Braum going for some harass. Jinx and Hui are close by, but I don't think they can get the lockdown onto the Xin Zhao, as his blue pet does give him some speed to just run out of that bush and be safe there. We'll be interested to see how Oakland tries to, pull back this game. They do have a drag advantage, but they are down a decent amount of gold. We do see Set walking to the Aphelios Thresh, but they don't quite land the hook, and Set does get to walk away. Pretty beefy champion, so they are pretty safe. We'll see the slow coming out from Purple Gun on Aphelios, but Set is not going to be locked down, as Syndra is becoming the big split pusher of this game, using that AP damage on those turrets, using those guppies, and just trying to poke at these tier 2s. Catching people out solo. She does have a lot of solo pick potential, so she is pretty good at doing this, all things being considered. She can cut out the Set. She can one-shot the Hui, one-shot the Jinx as the game gets later. And Braum and Ivern really are never going to be fighting anything solo, so they will not be answering her either. We'll see a collapse looks like is being performed on the Hui, as well as they might be looking at the Aatrox as well on the top side. Ivern will be fighting Xin Zhao in the jungle. We'll see the stuns going out, and we will see Hui getting almost one shot by the Xin Zhao. Not quite enough damage to do it yet. But Ivern will be ran down by Xin Zhao. Jinx is here, so is Braum, to try to lock down this Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao does get the pick off on the Ivern, but his challenge is keeping it, so she can't do long range damage. We'll try to get the damage out on the Jinx. Doesn't quite get it, but Aphelios ult is here, and they're going for the dive. Braum covering perfectly with the shield, but now Syndra's TPing into the mid lane. They don't quite have
Oh,
to finish off to get the Zinja out as the
misses that.
Jinx rocket barely misses.
I'm actually on the edge of my seat for some of this because even though HU Storm is up, I can still see Oakland having that potential to come back, especially picking up those shutdowns.
Yeah, getting the shutdowns, especially on Jinx, could turn the game heavily in the favor. And I've seen it many times before where Jinx just gets 1 to 2 crucial picks and the game just immediately goes in their favor. And it's really, really defeating to see that happen when you're ahead for so long, but one rocket or just one team fight misposition, and you get this excited Jinx that just runs down your entire team. It's a very, very strong pick in the current season. Why you see contested as a first pick so often. But we will see Chemtech Drake as a Dragon play. Not really an interesting soul to be seeing. One of the least impactful souls in the game, I believe, right now. But the individual dragons aren't the worst to have. You know, tenacity and heal and shield power are the worst thing to have. If you get 3 of those, you will be pretty tanky, and CC will be pretty minimal. But we'll see a Baron coming out immediately from Storm as they see Set in the bot lane. And Ivern being zoned off by this Aatrox. They do so much damage with the Aphelios. Syndra, Aatrox going in, getting a snipe off on the Ivern. There is no smite to contest this. Hui doing what damage they can to turn back, but that Baron will fall in favor of Oakland as Set gets some side lane pressure. There is Aatrox CP2 answer, so he should not be able to get much. And that Baron will add a lot more to the siege power. Baron plus 6 guppies will be a lot of turret taking power in favor of Storm.
I think Cassette did have his TP there, but he was waiting to see if they could try to actually fight rather than get picked out. Oh, looks like he's TPing now, kind of believing in this fight here.
Yeah, I definitely think they're not confident in fighting in the 5v5 right now, so they didn't really want to contest that Baron and try to get something in the side lane, but the waves were just too pushed in. Set couldn't really secure anything in the side lane. And with this TP2 now, there's not much to secure in this fight. They can't lock anyone down. They can't want what they get, but Set looks like they are being collapsed here by the Syndra. The stun does come out. They're being poked at. Almost full grit. Full grit does come out. Set is grabbed. Can they get any of this damage off? They cannot find an angle to W. Well, we see Zinja diving in onto this backline, almost sniping the Jinx with that damage. That is insane.
That ult was insane. I think it hit everyone except for one person that he went on. So he really just broke up their entire backline there.
Yeah, that challenge is really good at isolating single targets too, because the person you challenge doesn't get moved, but everyone else does. So you basically just choose one target to isolate and try to pick out while everyone is pushed away, CC'd, and too far away to help their ally. But we'll see the siege. Once again, a Thresh Hook lands like max range on the Jinx, forcing an insta-cleanse. But this turret does fall to the Baron and Guppies as they try to kite back. Braum is pretty tanky, all things considered. And Jinx is trying to do what rocket she can, get the stun off on the Thresh. Will they have the damage? We do see the whale coming at the pile driver into 3 of them. That is a massive combo. Oh my god. As we see the 3 of them fall in the top lane as they try to collapse these other lanes. But Syndra and Aatrox were pushing the side lanes. They do get some really good picks with this team fight. Syndra is forced to flash. She is low mana. But there's nothing currently on the map for Oakland to take. Hopefully they can start taking some turrets in the mid lane. Maybe start turning this game around. But that is what we're talking about. One good team fight, one good angle. The Set ulting the Hui ult into the entire team. Really good synergy. Never didn't really think about that interaction until just now, and honestly showing why Set is a good pick with the Hui, because you can ult the front line and then move that ult into the back line.
That was insane synergy. That is something I've been waiting for this game, to see that big Hui ult come out and just the rest of his team capitalize on that.
For sure. But sadly, all they really can get there is some shutdowns. They do get a little bit gold back in their favor, but there still is an 8k gold gap. They literally got the one mid lane turret off that. They do get some pressure back on the map. They didn't lose any inhibitors, so they're not held in their base quite yet. That is most of the Barons gone from the side of the Storm, so maybe this will give some breathing room for Oakland to get back in the game. Because we should see Jinx starting to get around her 2nd or 3rd item at this point. So she'll be a lot stronger in these fights to come. Yeah, she's halfway towards her Infinity Edge at this point. About tied up with Aphelios, pretty sure. We'll see a fight going on for this mid inhibitor turret. It is very low. One person can dive and auto that like 2 times and it should fall. But with that many people there, it'd be very hard to just walk up and do that. As both teams are poking out. Hui and Jinx range kind of showing the strength here as they're getting a little bit of chip damage off onto Storm. But no one's really looking to start to fight as Aatrox starts to try to get the side lane in, wait for waves to get pushed up, and try to play up this tempo of the split. Oakland will want to look for a fight before this Aatrox is able to get this pressure on Otherwise, they will have to give up something. We see Set trying to go into the flash ult, getting onto the backline, gets the stun, gets almost all of it's what almost one shots the Syndra. We see Aatrox TP coming in. We see Jinx push back in the backline. We see Set in the middle, just tanking so much damage. Hui ult coming out, doing as much damage as they can. Aatrox did manage to snipe the Jinx off screen. However, and Set will be falling pretty soon. Hui doing what damage they can, but it's just too much as Aatrox gets his reset once again. Ivan's really low. Hui's full health, but he cannot survive this many people on top. And that may just be game. Wave is
Wow.
pushing in. All
Just
of
when I
Oakland is
thought,
dead.
just when I thought Oakland was, just about to wipe at least 4 of their teammates, Aatrox comes in and really proves that he has been here the whole time, even if he has been splitting, as much as he can. But yep, that's game here.
Yeah, it definitely sucks to see that Aatrox fight go off screen because I wonder what went wrong. I feel like if they were able to effectively peel the Jinx, that fight would have gone a bit better. But maybe he was able to get some kind of Q flash and delete this Jinx really quickly. Because I did see Hui kind of stepped up with the set rather than being back behind with the Jinx, which might have been a little bit of misplay and kind of might have cost them the game if they weren't able to keep this Aatrox off of that Jinx and play this peel so that they could keep their carry in the game and get some resets for this fight. But that is game 1 in favor of the Storm.
Very exciting so far. Saw some great plays from the set that game, I think. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased, I swear. But, diving that Aatrox top, predicting his flashes, making sure Hui's ults land, even that engage in the mid lane that ultimately HU Storm played off of, not really giving up until the end. So, but yeah, I mean, even though HU Storm had a little bit of a rough start at the beginning, it seems like Kid Beats his theory for how to win the finals match of League is going well so far.
Yeah, definitely felt like they did a lot of outplays, but I definitely feel like a lot of that came down to actually their mid laner, funny enough. Their lowest ranked player on their team was doing a lot of the carrying in that game. I felt they were doing a lot of punishing on the plays that Oakland was going for and just really just keeping a check on these players as they try to bully this top lane, try to bully this bot lane, and just really impressive stuff.
Seems like Oakland is going to be blue side again here. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. Oh my goodness.
We're seeing here now too. You too, if you are a D1 player, can fight a challenger and win. As we see Duckman just putting up. Honestly, those Syndra plays are really good. Just really good shutdowns, really good use of range, and really good target focus. I have to say, MVP definitely for that game. I feel for the Storm was definitely Duckman. And yeah, MVP I'd also agree is probably the set for Oakland that game. A lot of good plays, really good harass in the lane, and just generally was a pretty good anchor in a lot of these fights.
For sure. I think Syndra's roams definitely changed that early game there. And Syndra is a very high damage carry APC mid, but just being present in that early game again gave her team the support that they needed in order to be able to turn that around.
Yeah, very exciting, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see something turn in the favor of Oakland in the next game. Definitely felt like they were able to fight the early game very well, but I think in the mid game there's just a little bit of greed. Maybe if they pull themselves back, play a little more in check, they won't have as explosive of a game and might be able to take better control.
For sure. And Skarner is still banned for this, so we won't have to worry for some people or look forward to seeing that new Skarner rework in action with these teams today. But feel like I see that in plenty of my ranked games already. So personally, I'm fine with it.
I'm just saying, if they want to handshake it, I'm sure we could work something out. Maybe it'd be nice to see a Skarner game if we get to a game 3. Is this best of 3 or best of 5? I'm not quite. I don't think I've gotten that information.
Talia ban, another Jhin ban. So looking pretty much the same so far. Maybe if my headset stopped cutting out, I could be a little more engaging. But we're doing our best out here right now.
We haven't heard you for like a full, I think, 10 minutes now. Is your headset doing fine? I kid. But as we go in, though, we'll see pretty conventional bans, as you said. pretty similar before. I don't think there's anything that they are currently afraid of from that last game. I don't think either team was too afraid of any pick per se, but I think it might have been more of a they just felt the execution was a lot of the issues in that game. So there might not be much difference, but we do see them grabbing Blue Side again and grabbing this Jinx pick. They think it's dominant. They think it's strong. I agree. I think it's one of the best 86. Oh, nope. They're going. Ooh, the Varus is open. That is true.
Well, if
But
I'm
I-
not mistaken, is this the same person who played Varus in that game earlier? Cannot
The
remember.
double poke lane.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember.
I know.
I
I'm
think
trying
so.
to remember
I
too.
think so.
I feel like I've been seeing the same three champions. The same Aphelios, Jinx, Varus. That's it.
They're pretty dominant. Aphelios is really good if you're really good at that character.
Don't forget the Ashe.
Jinx is
Sorry.
dominant. Ashe is a good answer into Jinx, as well as Varus. And Varus is just like I think the safest blind pick ADC. Because depending on your build, there isn't really a bad Varus matchup.
Viego and Volibear coming out. Both of those definitely strong contenders this season for sure. I think both of them are like S tier right now.
And Viego has really good synergy with Jinx too because they're both reset champions. So when you get a pick off the Jinx, she gets excited and Viego gets a possession. And it just snowballs the fight out like crazy.
And Oriana, oh, I haven't seen one in so long.
Team play staple. Here she shows up again.
I love Oriana.
We'll never be free of her in team play.
I hope we see some very cool Oriana ults coming out. Probably still that same Syndra player. So very excited to see that. A little bit of a different play style for her. Still obviously looking for picks, but ultimately looking for that big AoE ult rather than that single target.
Yeah, we will
The
see the
Thresh
Renekton and
ban.
Thresh coming out. Jinx was not dodging those Thresh hooks, so I understand it's kind of a little bit of a respect ban. It's like, hey, they land these hooks. Let's get rid of that.
I mean, he did great. He barely ever missed a hook. If he did, usually he still hit a minion or something. So, very, very good Thresh. But oh,
No,
go
do
back
the
to
Rakan
Camille. Go
Orianna.
back to Camille.
I want the Rakan. I want the Rakan.
Oh my
Yeah!
goodness.
Rakan Oriana. Ball Delivery Company, Rakan Incorporated, is here. Ready to run in with that charm, with that grand entrance, and get that shockwave for the entire team. A very strong engage. This is honestly, I feel like it's going to be a little hard. I think you need to get a really good disengage out. I wouldn't hate to see, honestly, a Poppy here. Poppy in the top lane, maybe in the support lane. Could be really strong. But we'll see the Lulu. A good way to go as well. Really strong disengage. Can keep Jinx alive in these fights. Can keep Viego alive if she so chooses. Makes it
That
a lot
team
harder to play
fight.
around.
That team fight potential on red team right now is insane.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to get that Oriana ult and Volibear ult. Rakan. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to say, like, they're going to need to get an early lead for Oakland if they want to close out this game. And the Camille, looks like it's going to be the top lane. But Camille nonetheless.
Still got Camille.
I did not want
Unless
to
it's
see that
Rakan
Camille
top.
support. Hey, I've done it. I get
Man,
this
that doesn't
far.
mean I played Soraka top. You think
I've done
Man.
well with it. Sorry.
machine gun? Whoa! I stole a dragon today on stream, might I add, as Soraka. Thank you.
Show the clip.
I would, but nobody was awake between the hours of 8 and 12, so it's in there though.
Didn't happen. Then it didn't happen.
Whoa. I'm posting it later. But yeah, I think this Lulu was a really good pick. You know, with all of that team fight potential, they're really going to be able to, again, keep that Jinx and that Hui alive. And then Viego and Set are going to be able to go ham on their back line. So if they can reach it, they have
Hey,
a decent amount of peel still.
My only concern with the Lulu is if they get both Jinx and Lulu with one of these engages, it's going to be a lost fight almost immediately. I feel like, this Lulu's going to have to play kind of away from the Jinx, but just enough in range to, get these shields off, kind of use Jinx as bait for these engages and keep her alive. Or vice versa, because I feel like if Lulu gets picked out or Jinx gets picked out and they still have these engages and Shockwave, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to pilot these fights. However, they do once again have the range advantage, so they might be able to play a bit more poke and force these engages, force something sloppy from Storm, and be able to close out this game. But we shall see how this game goes.
If this Lulu is really good, what is really good about that is if there is an engager that gets fed, whether that's Camille, Volibear, or if Rakan is just constantly on them, then she's going to be able to use her polymorph to pretty much negate their engage there, especially if they're not like really ready for a team fight. And then again, Viego and Set can go ham on their back line. Jinx will end up getting that early pick on whoever decides to go in and gets, polymorphed. But if more than one person goes in at the same time, I am a little nervous for them. So just have
I'm
to
just
see.
saying, Oakland, because they do these freaky support junglers, right? You send Viego support and you pick Poppy jungle. I think this game's really good for them. You get some early fighting in the bot lane when you have the Poppy W for Volibear Q, Camille engage. They didn't pick Camille yet, but then the Rakan engage makes it very hard for Storm to find an angle, but gives you that aggression that you would want.
I have an alternative answer. Viego jungle, Poppy top, Set support with the Jinx.
You could also do that.
I don't know. I haven't seen a Viego support before.
I have. I know like one person who does it. But you have to force a pretty early fight. But knowing the matchup, I don't think it'd be the hardest one to do. It's a similar energy to Camille support. Not as strong, but just different ways you could think about the draft. You want to be a little spicy because this has been a team that's been somewhat spicy with their support picks before, as we saw with the
Very true.
Ivern support.
Yeah,
But,
their front line for HU Storm is definitely looking a little more beefy than Oakland's right now, though.
But all Oakland needs to do is really pick off one person to start a fight. So we'll have to see.
I think my bet right now is on HU Storm just from champion select alone. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
I think definitely, yeah, a calm game goes in favor of Storm. I think a more aggressive game can kind of go more in favor of Oakland. I think, if they pick off, especially Camille or Volibear, maybe even Rakan, if they pick them off in this early fight, Viego gets a possession, Jinx gets that reset, then now you have a Camille that can help engage a reset Jinx, and it's going to be very, very difficult to pilot these fights for Storm.
All right,
But we
let's see
load
if-
in
okay, there we
now.
go.
Oh man, you can see so much.
It is somewhat helpful occasionally, but it's fine. If only I jungled.
Can always start.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Okay, we have a bush cheese.
We do see
but
them
a
stacking
classic
once
5
again.
point.
We do
Major
see the
swing.
concern. They're pinging the bush they stacked last time,
The fear.
but they do push in, get some topside vision. They probably assume there's going to be stack in this bot side. A lot of aggressive warding everywhere but where they are.
Yeah, I think I noticed that last game because that's something I noticed. But I really did like HU Storm's warding last game. They constantly had awareness on every single person on Oakland's team just because they had so many deep wards. Like
And
even
their
if they're
vision control
pressuring
is
bot lane,
phenomenal.
yeah, no, their vision control is definitely insane there. But yeah, but those early game plays, I think Oakland has been better so far, even though HU Storm has that vision control. So, pick your poison. Ah, my favorite Rakan skin.
It's a very nice one. I know a lot of people, myself included, tend to prefer using the IG one, but it is definitely still a very nice skin. The fact that Rakan got 2 pro play skins is a very, very nice spoiling thing to have as a Rakan player whenever you play that champion.
I think it's very telling about how good his character is as well.
Yeah, no, I think ever since he came out, he's just been in pro play ever since. He does a little bit of everything.
Just constant skirmishing going on in the map, and both junglers playing in their own jungle this time. We'll see how long that will take to change.
You know, for once, we won't see Kid Beats going into the topside jungle immediately in the game. We'll see an
Well,
early play
are you
looking
sure?
top lane. Oh, wait, here they go. Is it going to be a split map once again? Viego is a little late on the clear, as Volibear does have a decently faster clear. And we do see the blue buff going into favor of Kid Beats here.
Viego is going to get a nasty surprise going up to this bear right here.
Does look like the blue buff is
Loses
already
his
taken by
blue.
Kids Beats as well. They're running over towards their Hue. But is the stun gone from the Volibear? They do land it on the Volibear. We'll see which character just does better in the early game, but we'll see the shield coming out from the Volibear. Cutting towards the set, but that W is stacked, pressed once. We'll see Volibear going in, gets the stun up, but set does manage to grab. We see the flash coming out because the Camille engage. We see the set W coming out, doesn't quite connect. There's a flash to avoid it, as they're both hidden under turret. Don't think they're low enough to be dove, but definitely a lot of pressure going in, and I think Shaggy's gonna have to give up a lot of this topside jungle.
Seems like he's going back for Gromp here. Volibear's still in the area though.
He
Hue,
is
oh,
on
they
vision.
definitely have that vision on the bear right now. Hue's gonna, oh, good flash.
Ooh,
He
caught
just
him
cannot get out though.
on the ward. Kids Beats once again is the first blood being taken over by Oakland.
Yeah, we did see last game though that even if he does get first blood, they definitely have the potential to come back around and you know, still be a menace here for the rest of the team in the back line. So could still turn the tide.
Yeah, and we do see both the mid and top TPing back onto the map after having that jungle rotation, get that pressure back in their lanes. We do see double buff on set as well, which is going to make it a little harder for this Camille to lane into the matchup, just because that sustain, that extra damage, and the extra ability haste just makes it a little harder to play these matchups. So we'll see that early W coming out, just getting that poke damage off, then Camille needs to back away no matter what. And Viego getting back to their bot side clear. Game pace is slowing down a little bit as we wait for the timers to be up for the first wave of Guppies and Dragon. So we can give it just a little minute as we get into the next one.
Vali is looking to just ward up Viego's bot side jungle. Kind of seems like he's looking for him to go for another fight here, even though his bot lane is kind of pushed in.
We do have the Jinx reset right now, trying to contest this vision, contest this control ward that Volibear is trying to get. They're able to grab the ward. Rakan is looking. We see Volibear dashing in, but they're not quite able to get onto the Jinx Lulu combo. Really just trying to get something aggressive going, but that did cost a little bit of tempo as Viego did get a little bit of a farm advantage in that time. And is here in the top side, maybe able to look for a dive on this Camille.
He is trading Dragon for it though. So I wonder if he is aware that, you know, he is actively trying to do that. I did see a blue missing ping there. So very possible that he's aware that he's trying to trade this kill for that drag. But Camille gets out anyways.
When it gets out, she will have to sack a bit away, but she does have TP to get back and not lose too much.
Oh,
Set actually
Setzer.
might stop this recall just in time.
Oh.
Ooh, a little bit out of range. A little unfortunate. We'll see Camille TPing back as Viego is looking to go in these grubs, but Volibear is here. Set is low, 6, but low. It'll be hard to find quite what they need. Viego's here, but Orianna is already rotating a little bit. Once again, of that just hubris in the top lane. Just staying a little too long in these fights and greeting for a little too much.
Now Vali's going to be able to have that grubs pressure there as well. Very, very good potential for him to have both objectives, but Hue very well could be pushing in this Orianna right now since she did have to back. It does not have TP up, but then neither does he, so very well could bounce back if she is trying to push it out again. But yeah, Viego looks like he's not going to try to contest the scrubs.
Sadly, it's just a little too difficult, a little too late. If you go in and they get the last grub, they kind of can just look at it and you waste a little bit of time. So trying to get that little bit of advantage, get that XP advantage, try to get 6, maybe look to make a play off that before Volibear is also able to match and do the same.
Volley running mid here. I wonder if he is just there for Scuttle or if he's going to try to look for a gank mid. Wait, he's playing pretty safe. Orion is walking down though.
See a lot of scrapping from the Set and Camille up here in the top lane though.
Set does still have that XP advantage. Oh,
Ooh, yeah, that level 7 coming in is just very brutal for this Camille. And Set should have W up in just a few seconds. She'll be able to do it, but it's very close. But the W does come up, but Camille dodges it with the R. Ooh, a little bit of outplay, but Set's able to walk away. No way for the Camille to re-engage. Set passive coming in, healing so much HP. Once those cooldowns are back up, Set may be able to just scrap this out. Camille can't get her passive back up. She's being zoned off from the wave. As we go back to the bot lane, we're going to engage with the Viego is going off right now. Hui is in the bot lane. Jinx was picked before this moment. We'll see Hui grabbing up the kill onto the Aphelios as we see Volibear coming up to save Camille from this top lane fight. And the kill does go back to Camille. Ooh, very unfortunate. Set was so close to getting that Camille area, but the Hextech ultimatum was just enough to dodge that W and barely survive the fight. It's still long enough for Volibear to come and get them out of that 6 situation.
is that the name? Hextech Ultimatum?
Yes, that's Camille's ult. That's one of the 5 I know.
Huh. I feel like, you know, one of Oakland's issues so far this early game has been overstaying. I feel like, especially in the Set and the Viego here, their overstaying has led to some deaths and some objective losses for both.
Yeah, and definitely seeing the lengths that Storm's team is willing to go to stay a little bit longer to punish things. Kind of goes to shows like, hey, like they can't be greedy in this team. This team knows how to punish mistakes, and I mean that is kind of from the interview what they said is they're just going to look to punish mistakes is their main game plan, which kind of is how the game goes in general. But they're definitely just like waiting very hard to wait for mistakes because they know that they're not going to be punished as hard as they will punish them for theirs.
Patience is an important attribute in League. Let me tell you. The amount of League players who aren't patient is plentiful. So it's definitely a learned and practiced trait. So very valuable thing to be aware of, I'd say.
That's your free coaching lesson for today.
Be cool, be patient. And then you could
Ooh, we see the Viego flash stun coming out, going into this Volibear. The Set ult coming out with the Hui ult. We see the Volibear ult R going back in, get some health back, get something. Well, ooh, Viego not quite able to grab that reset. We'll see Hui and Set fighting together. It's 2 damage champions against 1 as Orion is trying to run away with the Rakan. But if they can grab some kind of fear, the Rakan is feared, has the W away, but is able to get out to safety. As Rakan is very slippery. But now Lulu, knowing that Rakan is mid lane, is going full harass on this Aphelios, knowing that there is no safe, there is no backup for this ADC. They're going to get as much damage as they can and maybe look for a dive if they could team. Volibear and Rakan are moving back into the area to make sure this Aphelios will not be dove on this wave. Ooh, but it might be a little too late. As they mentioned, grab out and get the excited to run down the Rakan. Rakan dashes to the Volibear. Volibear is here, but Volibear does not have an R. Lulu does still have her R, so if they go for an engage, it probably will not go well in their favor. As Volibear instead now has to collect the bot wave as as Viego gets a little bit extra CS freely in this side lane. They have the CC, but they may not have the damage to fight anything here, so they wait for Aphelios to get back onto the map. We'll also rotate
ran right there. He saw his bot lane in trouble. He ran straight from base to come help as best as he could, and I mean, I appreciate that from a bot lane player. So just wanted to point that out.
It's definitely one of those
your bot lane
things
also appreciates it.
that separates, you know, the lower elo junglers from the higher ones. Just recognizing, like, hey, like, I know I want to get more gold, so I can do more, but if I don't come here now, like, this could get worse. And even though it was a little too late, because if I did get picked out by that Jinx R's, if they weren't at that moment, they still wouldn't need to be there, so that if I didn't have to sack a bunch of farm, and your bot lane wouldn't have to then become a weak point for your team the rest of the game.
Another dragon picked up here for HU Storm too.
Engage
Jinx
coming
and
out from the
Aphelios
Jinx
ult.
Lulu as well. Aphelios ult misses. Jinx does get it out for a bit of the poke. Rakan going for the engage, but misses Lulu just barely. The R still up, goes in. Volibear is here close to the bot lane, but Jinx may be able to pick up Rakan just in time. Not quite enough as they do get the engage in from the Lulu, but the Lulu ult does come out. Jinx is gigantic. They don't have the damage to take out Lulu or Jinx. Orion is here though, and the shockwave comes out. Are they able to grab? Ooh, they do manage to grab the Jinx with the chakrams. Very unfortunate. Hui is in the bot side now, but Viego was top, looking to do something in this top lane. Hopefully they can dive Camille to get something back here. Actually, Set might just get the kill just like that. No help from Viego needed, as Viego can just take some top camps, and there should be Some more plays over set. That might actually be the first turret in favor of Oakland, as Camille does not have TP. No one is here to cover, and Set is able to punch this turret down with 4 guppies worth of true damage going out onto that turret as well. We also can hear some cat in the background. You might be hearing my birds
I'm
now. They're starting to
sorry.
chatter quite a bit.
Hi, good morning. He's like, you're playing League and you're not yelling?
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
You're too happy for this game to be on your screen.
He does like to watch it sometimes, so we'll see. But yeah, I apologize for his loudness, but you know, that's just who he is. I hope y'all can accept him for as I accept him.
Yeah, I will
hey,
say.
Don't scratch my carpet though. We're trying to get our deposit back, okay?
You're not getting that back.
I'm cooked. Uh-oh. Not looking good for this bot lane here. Greeting for this turret plate. Let's see if they can get out though.
Yeah, a little much. They don't have TPs from their solo laners as well to, get them out of the situation. Jinx is kind of running straight to them, trying to get the fastest route to this turret. We do see the polymorph and the R coming out. It might be enough to save. It is not enough to save the Jinx. That play did cost them their life. It may cost them the bot lane turret too. Was it worth it? We will see, but I highly doubt it.
I think they could have been really, really, safe there if Volley did not have ult there. I think they definitely could have been out because even though Orianna was walking down and she has ult, Lulu would have had a couple of resets, especially on her E. So.
You do see the Hui ulti coming out. Viego going in, trying to get this reset. They do get the reset and the shutdown onto the Orianna. Jinx is back on map and should be getting the pick off on the Volibear here. That's a lot of resets going over to the favor of Oakland. This is really bad for Storm here, as Aphelios is trying to get out of this fight. We do see Viego going in very low, but they do manage to pick off the Aphelios right before he's able to finish off the Viego. And that is a lot of gold back in the favor of Oakland from that fight. They're actually up about 1.2k gold right now.
Fantastic example of, capitalizing on the other team's mistakes, except going the other way. That time it was HU Storm that had kind of overstayed a little bit, even though I love their vision control. It did end up punishing them. They just waited too long. Jinx was able to come up. She was able to, come back, get that Volibear kill. The rest of the team was able to rotate there. And they just, again, capitalized on that overstay.
Yeah, it's really well executed, and we'll see this Camille doing some dicey stuff to try to get this turret off from the Set. I don't think Set can quite catch them off, or actually they might be able to. Yeah, they are running in the inner part of the lane, so they can kind of cut them off. Strikebreaker is the bush, but Camille just wasn't hiding in there. They ran behind. Rakan is here, but so is Viego. Camille might be trapped. She uses the Hextech Ultimatum to dash onto the Viego, but Set chases down with the ult, using the Rakan to their favor. But there's a TP coming in from the Hui as they go, and this fight is not over, but no one is falling. Viego just wants a reset. Rakan is getting so low. Set's trying to do everything they can to catch it up, but that is not a reset for the Viego, as Aphelios is even here, as all 5 of Storm in the top lane, but Jinx is pushing the mid turret. She is getting some free turret. If no one else gets picked out here, as the Shockwave misses from Orianna, they may be able to actually get a lot more gold from this fight than Storm will be getting, as they are able to find an out angle, and Jinx is able to grab that tier 1 turret. There is a TP coming in from behind the Jinx from the Camille. Camille is really good at locking down these ADCs. I'm sure many have seen it before where they're playing ADC and this Camille champ just runs up and one-shots you. But she does not have the Hextech Ultimatum to lock Jinx down, so Jinx is able to get away and run back to safety of her turret. Camille is looking to chase and finish off, but she can't quite do it, and Lulu is here now to help save her ADC. We see Camille going once again, but now Lulu's shielding is here. Aphelios root coming in, but it actually is enough to snipe the Jinx under the turret. Viego is ulting in, trying to get out. Set is TPing in into the mid lane, but they're just too far away. I don't think Set can grab anyone here. If they go for Rakan, he's just going to dash away. Managed to get on the Aphelios, actually. The TP move speed was quite a bit, and they did manage to trade ADC for ADC. But Orianna is the side lane. Camille is resetting. But we do see the Mountain Drag up, and that might just freely go over to Oakland, as Camille does have the reset on the map.
Not only that, but they have that mid pressure, kind of supporting them. They do have some vision on the Volibear as he's going into their topside jungle, so they can confidently do this without having to stress too much about having to go for some sort of what's it called? Smite fight?
Yeah.
Toss up.
No coin flip smite battles coming from this jungle, and we will see the dive executed on the way, even though they had the knowledge of these players being in the top side. So a little bit greed trying to hold this tier 2 turret. But maybe they want to keep this turret up. More important to, keep this control on the map. They have a little more safety. We see Set grabbing the tier 1 in the bot lane, Y up on this Camille. 2-level gap between these top laners. As we'll see, there is starting to get some more damage threat onto this Jinx, onto this Viego. They are able to get these resets in these fights, really showing the strength of their comp, getting these resets on these two characters. As well as, still a narrow gold lead, but being able to stack these Mountain Drakes is actually really big for Oakland. One, so that the enemy team isn't more durable, but two, is keeping Jinx more durable from all these dive champs. It's actually really good. As we see set on the flank of the Aphelios, getting onto the set Rakan. This should be a dead Aphelios as they go in. Rakan trying to charm, trying to get out, but also falls to this Viego. That is 2 souls for Viego to grab if he so chooses, but that is 2 picks down for none on this mid lane. They're going to be able to siege. They are up 2k gold, and they may be able to get this tier 2 for free as well, as I don't think they have the damage, the ability to fight without getting some kind of angle on this Jinx. But Jinx is in the safest spot to be right now, to not be engaged. A set goes for the ult, goes for the W, deletes the Camille. Volibear has to R-flash out. We see Orianna trade back a kill on the no-health set, but it should be the tier 2 falling over sometime soon. Actually, they do not have the waves, and Aphelios is back up. They might not be able to grab this turret, but that still is quite a huge fight.
I was going to say,
for
between
Oakland.
Jinx's low mana and the rest of the team's sort of mid to low health, just having a healthy full mana Orianna there to clear the wave and just apply that pressure has kept their tier 2 turret safe for another day.
Yeah, but we are seeing the strength of, these pairings. We're seeing the set with the Hwei synergy. We're seeing the Viego with the Jinx synergy, just really showing just how strong these two pairings are together. And then even all combined, they're not bad as a full package as well. And Lulu's just there to be that insurance for this Jinx as well. More of a counter to what Storm picked than anything else extra with their team. But having that knock up on the engage or the defense and having that extra damage on the Jinx rockets is, nothing that hurts.
Well, there's a little bit of a lull here. I just want to remind everybody, hey, if you guys are enjoying yourself, consider donating a couple bucks to spread the love. Oh, let's see. Camille just gets away from that set, but yeah, 5, 10, $1 if you want. Or just simply spread the link, spread the word. Are doing this all for charity and fundraising, so uh-oh.
Ooh, we do see the Rakan engage with the Orianna going in. Lulu forced the ult herself. No one quite dying, but honestly, a very scary engage. But Viper almost getting picked out from it, actually. The Hwei QW actually gets the snipe off, and Lulu gave a little bit of extra damage with picks to do that. Viego is on the flank, grabbing onto this Rakan. Can't quite finish off. But we now see just kind of how spread apart Storm is. They could not get that pick on the Jinx, was really the main thing they need to win these fights. And now they're kind of looking to pick up scraps, see if they can catch anyone else out. Hwei is kind of taking the first point, help this character, and they know, hey, they don't have the burst to take down Hwei. We can kind of walk through whatever. Set is on the flank as well. This is actually going to look really, really dicey for Storm if they can get out of this angle. We do see Set on the angle, getting the R onto the Orianna, getting this damage out. Viego looking for the reset, getting the reset on the Orianna. And that might just be a Baron over to Oakland.
I think it is. They're definitely going to try for it, but I am a little nervous here. I mean, Viego, Jinx, Lulu, all of them are pretty low. Even Hwei. Yeah, Camille is just going to dive in and attempt to assassinate their bot lane. Rakan finishing it off.
Yeah, we're now seeing the power of Viego just being able to grab these souls, just becoming Camille, getting more engage off. I mean, getting another reset, getting Rakan, getting more engage off, getting another reset. Now Aphelios getting even more damage off. It's just showing the power of getting these resets for this team. It's just so oppressive. Once you get that one reset, it's just over and over and over. Jinx gets excited. Viego just gets these souls and just keeps going back and forth with all these engaged champs too. All locked in their abilities. It's just you get so many ways to keep staying in these fights and keep getting these resets. Really just such a strong game for Viego. We'll see Orianna back here once again. We've seen Orianna make the solo plays before, but Hwei shields the entirety of that shockwave ult. As Viego goes to look to fully engage on this Orianna, but Camille is back. A little bit overstay on this Baron. The TPs were in play. They were able to get back onto this Baron and ensure that it is not taken. And a shutdown goes back to Orianna on this Viego. Really, just everyone wants to take this Baron, but no one can lock it down. It's just a back and forth on this fight. And we will see the next drag coming up in not too long as Camille starts the Baron. But once again, there's TPs on the set and on the Hwei. They may be able to look to contest this as well, but I don't think they have the TP wards to fight this Baron. We'll see. Actually, no, Set is opting for the TP. Jinx is getting the push to mid wave. They opt to collapse the set. A little coming out on the set Big amount of damage going onto the Camille, but that physical shield does save her from the Jinx rocket. We'll see Jinx is stacking her lethal tempo safely. They can't take the Baron. Camille does need to reset. There are no more TPs in play, except for Hui. But Hui is already here at the fight as they start to take out this vision, start to regain control of this Baron pit, and drag is up, and it looks like they're going to opt to take this dragon after they've chased off Storm from this Baron and get the second Mount Drag up, get some more stats, get some more resistances for this Jinx, and get them a little closer to Soul. Maybe get that shield and make it so it's even harder for Storm to pick this already hard to kill backline.
A little bit of a ping pong battle going on here between who has Baron pressure and who doesn't. So very interesting to see who will actually end up getting it, especially as you know, the HU Storm can't really capitalize on the fact that Oakland is taking the time to do Drake.
Yeah, just
Romeo
kind of
agrees.
nonstop, back and forth. All those TPs just letting people come back in these fights a little more and just deny a little more. But we are seeing, you know, a little bit, just getting some resources, stealing some jungle. You know, really, it's just Kid Beats motto. It's just I'm gonna take their jungle. Seems to be, you know, the name of their game. Definitely, if we had some kind of stats to show, you know, who took the most enemy camps, probably gonna be Kid Beats up there at the top.
I
If
think
not-
he definitely gets, most enemy camps taken this entire series. I'd put money on that for sure.
How much is that, and will it be donated if you win?
Unfortunately, I think I'm also the person that would have to go back and count all that. So, in the effort of preserving my sanity.
We are seeing the Rakan and Camille engage on the Hui. Hui is kind of beefy just from all the health and shielding they get from their abilities and from these major items, but it's just not enough for how much damage Camille does. And that turret was just taking sweet time. But off of that engage in the bot lane, they are looking to collapse this Baron. They do have a pretty low, but Orianna Volibear is here. It is low. They have a control ward, but Volibear hops over the wall. Can they manage to grab the... the Baron went over to the Jinx, but is grabbed for Oakland. They managed to pick the Volibear. Excited Jinx, but we do see Aphelios and Camille sieging these bot mid turrets. They can't quite do anything with this Baron yet, but they're looking for these fights. Camille can't quite grab this bot turret. She looks for the out. We see Viego here in the mid lane looking for some kind of engage. Lulu is on the flank. We see Viego for a little poke in the Rakan. Can't quite lock him down. We'll see Set. They're all chasing. Will they be able to get that angle? They have a lot of move speed, a lot of ways to kite out. But we'll see Viego getting speed boost by the Viego. Set is here, movement speed towards champions with that Q. They're going for the stunning Aphelios. We see the flash coming out. They cannot lock down quite anyone. And it seems they all do get out. But now they have the entirety of Oakland grouped up in its mid lane with the Baron buffs. One bad team fight could be the end of the game for Storm.
Definitely not looking good, especially with that Baron pressure coming out. So even though HU Storm is up in turrets right now, I think, I guess it's about even. But I just look at, mid here, they still have an inhib turret, at least, which is better than Oakland. But it might not
But
be the case for
Volibear
very
is
long.
being engaged on by the Viego Jinx. Half their HP gone down pretty fast, showing how quick they can melt the front line now. Kind of scary for Storm because Volibear is one of their main tickets into these fights. If they go down that fast, it's crazy. But we do see Camille getting some splash in top lane as Oakland looks to, siege this bot tier 2, sieges mid, uses Baron to kind of split double pressure and try to honestly outpush the Camille. Camille does have TP, so she can look for a flank on these fights. We will see Hui going for some poke as Set looks to just delete this turret in seconds with this Baron buff. But we do see that there is the address of the Camille in the top lane. She may just keep free splitting if they aren't able to force anything real soon. There is kind of a timer on this play for Oakland. They need to make something happen. Or Camille may do some permanent damage if they can't actually end the game off this Baron push. We'll see a massive shockwave coming from the Orianna. Rakan follow-up going in. We do see the Lulu getting picked out, but we see Set doing so much damage at bet. Reset off on the Viego, on the backline, but is bursted out by this Orianna. Jinx is forced to reset onto this Camille as Hui is being chased down by the remainder of the team. Very well executed shockwave from Orianna there. Huge play. That might actually be game winning as Camille picks the Jinx. There's a wave in the base. I think that's actually just game right
I
there.
think this is it.
Oh my god.
The TP coming in from the Ori just to solidify this and help give a little more turret pressure here, I think.
Yeah, Lulu's up in 3 seconds. No one else will be up. That is the game. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Get a Baron, but then lose game into a split. Oh, we've all seen that before.
Oh, lived it.
And a very solid Shockwave ulti from Duckman PH. I have to say, the mid lane really just holding Storm together in these games. And is that all? or do we?
Yeah,
Is it a best of
that
5?
is no. I think it's a best of 3. Yeah, it looks like teams have dispersed. Dang, don't even get a team to interview here, unfortunately, because both teams did have to start traveling home for the night. So we wanted to get our finals started a little earlier, but yeah.
If I realized it wasn't a best of 5, I probably would have given a little more excitement there at the win. But congratulations to Storm. Really close out those games. Definitely feel like Oakland was giving them a run for their money for a while, but they definitely just found these fights that just ended the game. Like both games were just, hey, that fight was the end. Like that was it. It was like I kind of caught by surprise, honestly, with those fights because they just kind of exploded, and that was it. They just had the tempo, they had the wave, they had something set up to be the ending point of that game.
I know, and they were even.
Do you have an interview?
They're gone. They left.
Yeah, it appears they have all disappeared.
Oh, looks like they possibly might have an interview. So we'll still stick around. But yeah, I mean, especially in that second game, Ichi Storm even had, a gold disadvantage for, I feel like, from mid-game on. Even at the end there, I feel like they still did not have that same, equal footing on gold. But just that one fight was able to turn it with that Camille pressure.
Yeah, no, both the Camille pressure and then also just getting the 4-man Orianna ult. It chunked out the entire team. They pick out the Lulu, and then, Viega trying to find the angle, get that reset off the return damage, but they weren't able to get what they needed to end it out. Just really unfortunate as everyone got picked. Jinx went back to try to solo Camille, but Camille just, you got a dive champion versus a single ADC. You just can't really fight that, and she gets picked out, and that just ends the game. It's really unfortunate.
Let's see. Seems like Chris is working on the back end to get us an interview here. But who would you say was, MVP for that?
For Storm, I really want to give it to the mid laner. I think they were the anchor for their team in both games. Even with like that split pressure from the Camille, I think just everything that was, gave those angles for Storm was the mid laner. I think they just kept it really, really solid and really in. But we are skipping the interviews. They've been playing nonstop for 12 hours, and people are tired and want to go to bed. I understand. I would be in the same spot, especially with how tense those last 2 games were and how dicey that last game felt at certain moments. I would have my nerves
100%.
pretty shot at that point.
Yeah, well, I'd agree. HU Storm's mid laner definitely was, the standout for me for both of those games, actually. Syndra definitely stole the show. Orianna a little more on the back burner, I'd say, but, still really orchestrated those team fights. But, yeah.
No, for sure. I'd say for Oakland, those games, I don't think a single player stands out. I think as a whole, they were pretty good all put together. And it really did feel like that the mid laner for Storm was really just the differing factor between the two teams. Just they were such a big standout in all those performances.
I'd agree. Yeah, for Oakland, I would go back and forth between, gosh.
Yeah,
pretty
it's
much
hard.
all of
It's
them.
hard to pick out any of them. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember, points this most recent game specifically when, between Jinx and the jungler, just absolutely turning the tides for them. Like that, I feel like those two in particular were the reason that the mid-game gold lead was really possible there. But I can't lie, set was pretty cool. So sorry, I'm a little biased.
The set and the Viega were also some of the people agreeing the most on the side of Oakwood too, though. So
That's also very true. But yeah, well, I was gonna say thank you here's Zokuma for joining me for casting League today.
I know it was a good time.
fun
Thanks for
time.
having me.
Yeah, anytime. And yeah, thank you for everybody who participated today on day 2. And thank you for sticking around. I think Justin and Chris are going to take it away just to talk a little bit about day 2 summary. But yeah, stay tuned because Ashuria's is having a day 2 stream for us. And that's always fun. So yeah. Fun casting. Thanks for having me. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it was fun for sure.
Alrighty, thank you so much to Haley and
Aiden
Aiden for helping us out here. That was a thrilling few league games. Thank you to Oakland University for showing up and showing out.
Congrats to Harrisburg. They're really, dude, they're
They-
taking everything
they
this
took
weekend.
today.
They're crazy.
They're definitely the champions for today, for sure. So congratulations to Harrisburg. Again, Harrisburg, have your team captain DM us, and we'll be sure to get the address to ship those trophies out. Again, congrats to you guys on both of your wins today. Overall, pretty exciting few days.
Yeah, great game. Honestly, great games to watch all around. Really a great showcase of talent from all of the teams, all the universities. It's nice to see a lot of big esports programs do really well. So we're just happy that we can get their name out there, help them grow, things like that. But thanks for tuning in. You'll hear my voice tomorrow during our Counter-Strike streams, so tune in for that. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for a final day of Spread the Love. Thank you for everyone who donated today. The link and Tiltify will still be live during the night. So if you are up late and feel inclined to give to the Red Cross, once again, all proceeds go directly to them. So
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and again, thank you guys for watching. Stick around, because Cassie will be up soon. We are going to do a little bit of a technical switchover, so the stream might go down temporarily, but it'll be back up within a few seconds. So stick around and re-click that stream link when we go back live. So thank you everybody so much for watching, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
later.
If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand that you were no one. And I can't wait to see you hindsight is fleeting when your heart's bleeding and all you can see is red, till you discover it is within each other to forgive and make amends. If I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have said what I said. I took the long road, thought I'd be better on my own. Sometimes what's right is wrong instead. 'Cause I was too young, and I didn't understand